Voy a ello.
Bueno, espérate.
Esta mesa redonda y bienvenido a esta mesa redonda donde vamos a hablar sobre turismo inteligente.
So, welcome to this roundtable. We're going to talk about smart tourism and digitalization of a destination. So we have a luxury panel. We have Natalia, Bayona and virtual. She's the executive director of the World Tourism Organization. Welcome, Natalia. And we also have Tony Pérez, president of the Alicante Provisional Region, and Mayor of Alicante, Javier, Yelamate, director of the Murcia region, Carmen Alonso, who is the director of Telefónica Tech, and Benito, who is manager of Telefónica Process in Spain. So in this roundtable, we are going to talk about something very important. So this is the best moment for digitalization of destinations, and we've been doing some digitalization processes in the past, but now we need to accelerate and to escalate through different platforms and different sustainable plans in sustainable tourism to transform such an important industry in Spain, and also with new subsidies that are going to be used so that destinations can have digital platforms. So we have different destinations here in they are pioneers, and we are going to start with Benidorm, a very important touristic destination. And now it's a smart destination. So what have you done? First of all, a very good strategy. Thank you, by the way, Telefónica, for having invited us. So a strategy is a must, and together with a digital agenda, with a different innovation and technology access. And then we started this strategy with the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. The important thing was the roadmap. And we have been the first certified smart destination. We were a pioneer of the Spanish network of a smart destination. So we are certified, audited twice, and this is just the roadmap. This is the path we need to follow. And there are many other projects with the support of Telefónica, with a boost on different projects, like for example the sustainable destination using the funds of the European Union and with the support of Telefónica. And in order to improve our destination and to be in the avant-garde, and to make this a project that can be scalable, where the management is the center. The city of Benidorm is the destination, and we think that it is the best destination if we are the best city to live in. So we have this tribal dimension. Our platform has 4 axes. The one we are developing with Telefónica, sustainability and efficiency, and then how we can manage a smart destination, and then sustainability and the smart management of the beaches and the shoreline, and the satisfaction of the citizens and the other communities living there. It's not only tourists, also other communities. It is the 3rd destination in Spain with 15 million stays, And we need to truly manage our city as a destination. It is 1% of the Valencia shoreline, is 4% of the employment of the Valencia community, and we are 40% of the touristic activity of such an important region as Valencia. Well, thank you very much, Tony. And Natalia, I should have started with you, sorry, but I didn't see you. So what's the institutional vision, and how do you see the digitalization of the different destinations at world level, and the role of Spain vis-a-vis other destinations, European destinations all over the world? So tell us, Natalia. Well, thank you very much. So happy to see you, dear Mayor, in this panel about smart destinations. We saw each other in Benidorm when Spain was the European president, and as for the institutional vision, we have a lot to say from the World Tourism Organization, but digitalization has helped tourism a lot since the arrival of internet. Tourism has always benefited from the development of these new technologies, and we can say now that the most important challenge nowadays is to strengthen all the technologies related to artificial intelligence in order to make better decisions, and decisions that are more efficient and more focused on organizing the different touristic destinations. As the mayor was saying, the national government in Spain has been a pioneer in the development of these smart destinations together with all the different Spanish regions. So Spain is in the third position in the ranking of the tourism index that assesses technology. Spain is over Germany, Singapore, Korea, France, so it's very important. We launched recently, together with Segitur, a manual with some guidelines, and there are 600 members that have adopted this methodology, these guidelines, and Spain is exporting this model. Colombia has adopted many of the methodologies in Latin America for the development of smart destinations. Also Chile, Peru, and Brazil. So Spain has a great opportunity here to promote and to be positioned as a very powerful technological destination, and also to help others. And the figures are very good. $48,000 have been invested in tourism, and during COVID is the only period that this didn't happen. But only 3% of the unicorns are in the touristic sector. So there is an imbalance between the management of destinations from the administrations, very mature and powerful, but we need to strengthen the entrepreneurship ecosystem so that there are more scale-ups and we can have a business fabric that is more mature technology-wise. Well, thank you very much, Natalia. And with all the destinations that we have here, we see that they are in the avant-garde in the development of digital solutions. And now we're going to listen to Javier from Murcia. Come on, tell us, which are the projects about smart tourism? So first of all, thanks to Telefónica for having invited us, the Murcia region, here in the Mobile World Congress. So back in 2022, we defined our digital agenda in Murcia region, and it is our roadmap to transform our region. And in this agenda, there is an important part devoted to tourism, because Murcia region is a very touristic region in Spain. And in this project, in our digital agenda, together with the tourism institution, we defined how we wanted to make our region a very appealing one, and also using digitalization in these smart destinations. So we defined a platform that is called Nexo, and it is the meeting point between all the different stakeholders in tourism, or the national administration, local administration, SMEs, and professionals and citizens and tourists who come to our region. And we can say that it is the only region that has a smart platform that is fully integrated into the Smart Cities platform. So to us, a smart region, tourism-wise, has to be integrated in the Smart Cities platform. And this is why we have the project A Smart Region with the support of Telefónica. And this Smart Region project is a platform, is a holistic platform for the 45 municipalities of the Murcia region. So we offer this platform of smart municipalities, giving an infrastructure to all the different verticals, and we also offer to the different municipalities sustainability, we offer them mobility and waste management and everything you might think of. Everything is included in this platform, and it is accessible for the 45 municipalities and also for the Nexo platform that I mentioned a moment ago. So that a region that wants to be a smart destination and the municipalities in this region to be smart, we need to have a holistic integration. We need to have a smart cities platform. They cannot be in silos. They cannot work independently, because with our 450 inhabitants in Murcia city, they cannot go on their own, and they cannot be isolated. And Fejin, for example, municipality with 20,000 inhabitants, would not have access to this type of solutions. So that's why we offer to all the municipalities our platform, and it's open data, and it is very important that all the information is accessible for the user. And in the Nexo project, we have solutions so that we get to know where tourists go and where do they come from. And also with the smart traffic lights, smart sustainability, smart mobility, the citizen has access to all this information through an app, and we use artificial intelligence in order to make decisions on real time about these decisions that need to be made, and with these promotion activities. Well, thank you very much, Javier. And yes, it's very important to take into account all these different perspectives. And we are going to talk with Carmen Alonso, manager of Telefónica Tech. So which is the added value proposal by Telefónica? Well, thank you very much. Well, in order to understand how we have created this proposal, we need to understand the starting point and where is our country tourism-wise. And what we want to do is to give a quality service to our country and to boost this interoperability and this collaboration between all the different smart destinations. And in order to achieve that, we have two initiatives that can be seen in these two destinations that we heard a moment ago, to create these knowledge sharing platform between the different administrations, also SMEs, larger companies, service suppliers, institutions, public administration, and so on and so forth. And then to create a space prone to development, and in order to do these case studies, because these case studies are the engine in order to achieve this energy efficiency, to save in water costs. And also another fundamental point is the sensors, and we focus on these sensors and the smart devices. So the parking spots, the lighting systems, we monitor the sun radiation on the beaches, and how can we convey all these to the services and products that we have in Telefónica Tech? So the starting point is connectivity. We are talking about using 5G, and we are mounting all the layer of sensors and data going through our network. And then the data infrastructure. So we are talking about big data platforms, very important, talking about quality and the deontologies and these processes, roles and functions, because we can see it in an individual way, but in the future we want this to be a global platform in order to unify it at European level. And we have all these services with these teams, and over these infrastructures, the most important layer for the destinations would be the analytics, the case studies that I mentioned. And we can forecast the noise that is generated at night, or for example when there are cruises arriving in the port, and also the management of the beaches, how the shoreline is occupied, and we can provide this information to tourists and to the locals, and also with security and cybersecurity. And a very important point that we offer and gives an added value is the digital spaces. And in order to put together this connectivity and this analytics, we need devices, and they have to be accessible for the locals and the tourists, and to have a flow between the destination and what the destination wants to offer, and also what the citizen is offering to the city. And we can even use it to monetize the investment with advertising campaigns, and this is what we are offering: the infrastructures, connectivity, data, and the spaces. Well, we have a very important added value that we have already deployed in many destinations, and we've heard some of the projects that we've done in the digitalization of projects. Can you share them with us? Well, the commitment of Telefónica with the digitalization of the cities and destinations started 20 years ago. We deployed the first project 17 years ago, the first smart cities project, and in Spain we have deployed 46 projects related to digitalization and smart management, and some are related to touristic management, and this idea of smart city management, because everything is linked and intertwined, and we are very committed to this concept of a smart touristic destination. 20 million Spaniards live in a destination that have this type of platforms. So it is a true commitment. Just to give you a few examples, and Benidorm and Murcia region, and we offer knowledge, we offer technology, and the expertise in touristic management is given by them, and then it is a both way sharing of knowledge. So the future is brilliant. We just need to accelerate so that these technologies that will improve the effectiveness and efficiency of these public services reach to a higher number of citizens. So this is the first block about digitalization of destinations in Spain and Benidorm and Murcia. So now, how can we accelerate it in the following weeks and months with an important impact on the management of tourism? So going back to Natalia, can you share how do you see the future of destinations thanks to digitalization, Natalia? Yeah, I'm here. Well, these touristic destinations, as we said, they will need technology to be managed in an efficient way. The bump is a little connection. We will do our best. So the technology that is being used nowadays is artificial intelligence, because nowadays we can measure the organization, we can plan it, we can forecast the behaviors of tourists, also using chatbots, so that we can have a personalized approach. So technology can be used to generate efficiency, and about mature destinations and about emerging destinations, we have a great opportunity. For example, rural destinations, where there is no budget for boosting tourism. So using artificial intelligence, I received a company 2 days ago, and they can show us how we can make a video promoting a rural destination, for example, and so that we can promote this touristic destination through artificial intelligence. The video is going to be very affordable, and if it's made by artificial intelligence, and also we always taking into account ethics. So we are focusing on wine tourism, and we are focusing on the risks of this tourism and all sorts of tourism, and so that we can do things better, and that the rights and data are accessible, and that everything is used in the correct way. And Serret has moved forward, and has launched the first deontology of artificial intelligence with this common vocabulary, so that everybody can use data the same way, and everybody can create in the same way, and to structure this model so that Spain still is in the leadership positions using technology. Thank you very much, Natalia, for your contribution. And now about digitalization and the big projects that you're organizing. When as for the project that we were mentioning, with this boost of Telefónica, and it's going to have its specificities, the relevance of our city as a destination, smart cities as well, and this outlook towards the future. And we in Benidorm have our peak moments giving service to 400,000 people. So this is the transformation that we want. All the case studies and pilot studies are being escalated, and we focus on the interoperability. So the big challenge now is this space to share data, and this platform of smart destinations in Spain, and the relevance of tourism, and also the critical mass that we can manage, and focusing on Spain as a brand. So there's still a long way to go, and it is a very rapid changing world. But if we can export all we do in our different destinations so that it can be replicated in all destinations, even rural destinations, we will be able to create this big brand of Spain and to be in the avant-garde. And these different models of public services and private services as well, and the management of water, for example, linked to technology. Telefónica is implementing big technologies that help us in the waste management, and it is a wider range of destinations, and we can test all these different projects, and we can do these pilot projects because another important factor, something that concerns us, the analytics, because artificial intelligence has its capabilities, and we have a lot of data. It is easy to access data, and the administration has to adapt the analytics to what we have now. There are very interesting experiences in Benidorm, for example, with the flow of visitors and tourists, but we need to move forward, and this is the big challenge in front of us. So we are on a schedule, so tell us, how do you see the future of digitalization in Murcia region, and the impact on these different projects? Well, it's already been said, the lines we will need to follow in the future. The city of the future has to be modern, has to be safe, has to be appealing for tourists and for the locals living there. And how can we do that? Through technology and through digitalization. So artificial intelligence is going to have a key role, and artificial intelligence is present in our everyday lives, and it is going to be even more present in our relationships to the administration, to the bank, to the destinations we go to. So artificial intelligence is going to play a very important role. But this artificial intelligence, as the mayor said, needs data, and also sensors, the great amount of sensors in a smart city, in the gardens, in the traffic lights, in the bus stops, everywhere. And we needed to use these artificial intelligence algorithms in order to analyze this data, this information, and to make solid decisions. And about cybersecurity of data. And to give a trust to citizens, we need to have cybersecurity infrastructures, because otherwise it could have a reputational bad impact if one of our infrastructures is attacked, for example, the traffic lights or the bus system. So together with Telefónica, we are working following these lines with these smart cities of the future that have to be cyber secure, and so high quality of data. And the companies as Telefónica, we need to work together so that this is a reality. So I think that we are in the best moment we could be with technology. Technology is fundamental to help in the competitiveness of these regions and cities. And there is a challenge when sharing data at European level, and we have to invest on these new technologies that will allow us to be smart and secure city. Thank you very much, Javier. So, Carmen, how do you see the big trends of the future and the impact that are going to have on the tourism management? What's your perspective? So I think that it's already been said. And first of all, to mention the hyperconnectivity of cities, and we want to amplify the concept of platform and sharing data, not only focusing on data but also the management of data. This is what the mayor from Murcia said. So to expand the concept of smart city and linking it to this repository of data open to all institutions, private and public sector. And I think that the main difference, or the main step forward, is going to be this, to escalate these smart destinations. And Natalia mentioned is that there is the ontology that links all these meta data, and I think that this is a way forward. And also the sustainable landscaping of cities, thanks to this efficiency that we were mentioning, and reducing the water consumption, and these digital spaces, we believe that is this hyperconnectivity. And also we talk about the generative artificial intelligence. How do we see it? Our value proposal that we do from Telefónica with the digital spaces and offering this means to the citizens, working as a channel with the tourists to amplify it, and with personalized avatars, understanding the feeling of the locals and conveying messages and campaigns, using these spaces to develop new narratives of the city real time. And we can generate this content in an autonomous way. And also the generative AI has generated synthetic data. And sometimes when we talk about case studies and we talk about sensors, there is a great volume of data. But when we are talking about other types of forecasts, we don't have this big volume. So models are not that precise and exact. So we can generate more synthetic data, training the models, and so that the results are more efficient. And also from the technical perspective and the modeling, it is the generation of global models using particular models and together with the hyper-automatization. So you can have models in the touristic destination, And then in a global perspective, you can use these best practices. You are not sharing data, you're sharing these models, but these global models train the data and give very precise results. So putting together the capabilities of hyperconnectivity and generative AI, we have a level of abstraction that is very high for the managers and for the country, and it gives an amazing potential. And this is the future, and this is the way we need to follow. And so all these different spaces and sharing best practices and what is done in a destination can be replicated and to be pioneers. And this is the moment in which we can replicate these best practices in Spain and the smart destination project and in the rest of the world. And how are we ready? How can we get ready to help these destinations and the cities? Well, the future starts tomorrow. This year is very important to take a leap forward, and the digitalization of destinations, and there are different factors. First of all, the experience of the public services managers. We have two big projects that have been pioneers. It makes a lot of sense to apply data and technology to the management of public services. And then we have technology. We've been talking about technology and hyperconnectivity and artificial intelligence. So they are mature enough and they offer guarantees so that we can deploy it in a massive way. This is what we really need in order to have a radical change in the way we manage tourism. And then finally is that we need funds and public investment. And thanks to the European funds, there are some initiatives. One is led by CG2 with the funding and the acceleration of these smart tourism. So out of these elements, well, we have a very good future in front of us. We can escalate, and these concept tests of water meters, for example, turn into more general and holistic projects. And in Telefónica, we are fully committed with digitalization of touristic destinations. Well, thank you very much. Very interesting, everything you said. And I don't know if you can summarize it in a way, Natalia. Well, everything's been said, and technology is here to stay, without a doubt. Now, with artificial intelligence, we have a great opportunity to organize touristic destinations and to make us more efficient in the promotion and the handling of the administration of touristic destinations. But the rules of the game have to be very clear, and the management of these touristic destinations, and also to see things with clarity. And the summary of tourism, to regulate technology so that we can, for example, make videos to manage better and to promote better the destinations. Ethics and the rights in the use of data are sustainable. Tony. Well, we are talking about our own experience and with this public collaboration and public-private collaboration in which we have developed a foundation for the promotion of this. And the sustainability, we are all talking about sustainability, environmental, economic and social sustainability with this collaboration in this project in Benidorm focused on our richness as a touristic destination, and it is scalable, it can be replicated, and it can contribute a lot to the brand, to the Spain brand, and also that we are a test bank so that you can test all projects. We can be a lab, we can do these policies because this way we can keep on moving forward. Well, thank you very much for your contributions, Javier. Well, very briefly, I would say that the tourism of the cities of the future will not have success without digitalization. It is fundamental to support digitalization, and also in the Murcia region, in which we have a mountain culture and gastronomy also, and also with the smart destinations network, so that everybody knows our region and can enjoy our region, our sunny region, and everything at reach. Well, thank you very much, Carmen. Your last words. Well, like summarizing what you all said, Natalia talks about ethics and regulation. We're talking about sustainability, digitalization. We have all this in Telefónica, technology, processes, and the core of Telefónica tech, the team, the great team behind. We are not talking about just tests, we are talking about projects that we have developed in other industries and that can be applied in tourism, and also the heart and the people behind. Well, yeah, I fully agree with what was said, and also the commitment of Telefónica to make the most of this moment, accelerate the digital transformation of the sector, which is key for the Spanish economy. I don't know if there are any questions. Good morning, and thank you very much for your words. My question is for Javier. So you talked about Cejín and Murcia municipalities. So how do you deploy solutions that can be applied to these two municipalities that are so different? How can you make the solutions fit both municipalities? Thank you for the question. Well, we have different initiatives. One initiative, the 5K project for small municipalities with no resources, and it is a test lab, so to say, for these municipalities. We have 8 to be concrete, so we have applied different solutions there, and they are free to choose the solutions they want to apply in their own municipality. And obviously it's not the same for a sea municipality or a mountain municipality. And this project has been very successful. And then we have the 10K municipality project for a little bigger municipalities, and everything under the umbrella of the Smart Region platform that is accessible for all the municipalities. We have Cartagena and Murcia municipalities with a lot of human and economic resources. They can implement the solutions on their own. And this platform is offered to big and small municipalities. And they can implement these different verticals and projects on their own and at their own pace. Are there any other questions? Well, if not, we are going to close the panel. And thank you very much to you all. Thank you for being here. Natalia, thank you for being online, and thanks to everybody and the audience. Bye.
Hola. Hola, hackers. ¿Cómo estáis?
Hello, dear hackers. How are you? Thanks for being here one more year in Telefónica. As you can see, my voice is broken. It's been a long year and the winter has hit me strongly, so I will try to speak not too loud and be able to finish the conference. Today we're here to speak about innovation and about the digital transformation path in Telefónica. A lot has been said about the open gateway, and you know that we'll be speaking about open gateway, artificial intelligence, and Gen AI. But before digging in, I would like to invite to the podium a very special person.
A very special guest. He's the most popular classical artist in the world. He started to play piano at 3 years old. He gave his first concert at five. He had his great opportunity when he was 17 years old. And he has been globally recognized for his innovative ideas, like from the opening of the Beijing Olympic Games and the performing at Grammys with Metallica, with Herbie Hancock, with Pharrell Williams, etc. He has his own foundation to make a better world through the music, and in 2013 he was named as a global peace messenger by the United Nations General Secretary. He has been ambassador of Telefónica for several years, and we are happy to work with him. So please welcome Tu Lan Lan.
Thank you. Gracias. Thank you so much, Chema.
Now, real pleasure.
For your great introduction.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. He's the star. He's very innovative, and he's going to be the star of tonight's concert. We have our anniversary concert at Liceo, and he's going to perform that. And he has been every time being a hacker in the music, pushing the limits of music. How much of that fame that you have do you think that is coming from the idea of taking classical music to territories that were supposed not to be for classical music?
Yeah. For me, classical music is also very lively. It's not only from the past, but it's timeless. And if you hear a great concert, even though it's come from Mozart music or Bach, which is 200 or 300 years old, but if it's a great performance, that you feel this is really fresh-made food, right on the moment, and that has a lot to work with innovative technology. And I know today we can do live concert from a piano, which I can play in the living room. And then if you have that piano, you can see it every corner in the world. And I think this is a really great thing, especially for education, in a way that you can bring music to a much bigger place and with a much more interesting method to be communicate with. And for example, a classroom in a little village somewhere in the world can have exactly the same method as in New York, because we are implement this method into the technology with the pad, with the digital pianos that you can communicate with everyone in the world. And this is really great for technology can do for the music education. Yeah.
Okay, Lan Lan, you've been working with Telefónica several years. We are in our birthday, 100 years. How is the work that you've been doing with Telefónica?
I'm really great honor to work with Telefónica. And I still remember my 30th birthday. That concert was completely directed by Telefónica, and I never forget that. And so today, as a kind of a someone that I feel so grateful. I want to give a very special concert for Telefonica's 100th birthday, which is a few years older than me. And I always get so inspired by Telefonica because their innovative spirit and also the way they drive the community, they drive the world is really remarkable. And tonight we are actually going to try something I never done before. I don't want to talk too much about it because I want to leave a little bit surprise.
Yeah.
Yesterday I had a first rehearsal, but of course before that we already talked months about how we're going to create something unique. But even in these rehearsals, I got 5 times surprises which I didn't expect. so it's going to be something very unique. So let's keep applauding for Telefonica to bring life so much more interesting. And also I'm very grateful that they're so into culture, and I hope there will be a lot of technology which we are going to show you tonight. It's going to be reality for the future recitals for pianists. Yeah.
So I'm not going to ask you about more details about tonight. The title of the event is Let's Imagine Ourselves Without Limits, and technology is going to be a part of that. I've been delivering a lot of demos, live demos, and when they fail, it's not good. So are you sure that you want to use technology that we've been working with you for tonight's concert?
I think it's going to work. We had a rehearsal yesterday, but of course, we need some luck because it's going to be the first time testing some of those holograms. If I would say more than that, and we were still figure out which music fit, which part, and everything is already set. But I'm looking forward, and I think no surprise, no fun. Yeah. But hopefully it's a good surprise.
Yeah.
Of course.
Lan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There
Thank you,
tonight. A real pleasure to have you here. Please, a big applause for.
Thank you. Have a great talk and big success with this conference.
Thank you.
Yeah. Take care.
Thank you.
Gracias.
So we'll have the honor of welcoming Lalan to the concert of the 100th anniversary of Telefonica, and we wanted to do something very innovative with him because Telefonica is all about innovation. At the beginning of my presentation, I want to share this slide which doesn't really grasp what we have done in terms of innovation here in Telefonica. We started innovation in 1924. We're celebrating our 100th anniversary in April this year. We're not the only one, right? Because we are in a sector with plenty of companies with 100 years of history that have been able to reinvent themselves. And in Telefonica, we have been able to do important things such as reinventing ourselves, launching the CTNE in 1960, or when in 1988 we launched Telefonica Research and Development. We have been present at the MWC in the last 15 years, and we have presented plenty of recent developments. Of course, not everything has been presented because innovation is about testing, failing. Not everything is still alive, right? Not all our innovation is still alive. And today we are here to speak about the Open Gateway. Throughout the last years, we have developed technology that requires of more and more joint collaboration with our partners because the tech volume that a company needs today to service its customers is becoming more and more demanding. What you see in the screen is a single representation of our digital transformation core here in Telefonica. We call it kernel, and it was presented a long time ago. In kernel, we gather all the digital services in the house to build up, to leverage digital services on top of kernel. Here we have the data from our customers stemming from the systems. We have the personal data spaces where we store the data. We have a consent manager, which is one of the most important parts of kernel that allows users to control their data, which services can use what data. We have a unique identity, single identity rather, by customers so that they can log only once and access to all the systems. And we have an API gateway, which is a standardized API gateway, so that when we launch a new technology, it's implemented smoothly in all countries where we are operating. This year we have been working to add to the kernel cognitive services the GNI. This is turning kernel an application with RAG architecture, and this is precisely what we're going to be discussing about. And down this path, we have partnered with Microsoft to add this part. Microsoft, as you know, is a long-standing partner. Since 2016, we started working together in the development of the 4th platform, and this year we have added the RAG architecture manager for all the GNI models, Azure and UNA Studio, which is a key element to come up with digital services that we're going to be speaking about from now on and towards the future. Now, to speak about the GNI architecture, I brought an example that, well, this is a co-pilot developed with Telefónica, where we use OpenAI, the OpenAI engine, to launch queries to our system. And I asked my team to do an augmented prompting for you to see how it works. In RAG architecture, we preserve privacy, data privacy, our customers' data privacy. So basically we work with a standard engine that is not trained with data, and this standard engine is sent an augmented prompt so that it can solve problems, and this allows us to launch any co-pilot on kernel, both for network management, service management. Here you can see network management, and also when it comes to the increased productivity of our staff members. And all this is paramount and is inserted within the layer that services OpenAI, where we have been working through different channels so that the APIs, the AI open AIs made available through kernel get to the developers. And now I would like to invite, or to introduce rather, Jason Zander.
And technologies of Microsoft. Second year in a row having you here. Real pleasure, Jason.
Thank you, Chema. Perfect. Thank you. And congratulations on your 100th anniversary. That's an amazing feat. So thank you for being here. And I love those demos because I want to talk about some of those same trends that we have coming through. So first of all, we want to talk about the future of the cloud. I mean, obviously, we're a big investor in the cloud. We're going to continue to make those massive investments. The latest that we continue to do is adding GPUs, adding training and inference for AI, which, of course, is having a dramatic shift and change. At the same time, all of us, every one of us, have to have a fantastic network in order to enable. We want devices that work incredibly well. We want to make sure that we can get a distributed cloud system that's going to include our clouds on the back end, but also the network. Those two things coming together, we think, will enable a brand new set of applications we call modern connected applications. That basically means I can be anywhere on the planet, I can get connected, I have really great experiences. We have to have these two things come together. It can't just be one or the other. Now, as we look forward, we do think that AI is going to have a dramatic increase on the economy. Today, the economy worldwide is somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 trillion. Trillion with a T. That's a massive number. Our estimates say that we should be adding somewhere in the neighborhood of $7 to $10 trillion will be attributed to AI creating that kind of growth. That is a lot of growth to come through. So we're going to need to be able to figure out how we can leverage AI. As we look, there are 3 shifts that we think are shaping the futures of operators in the era of AI. The first one is around AI-driven networks. I think we just saw some great examples of that. The next one is around business transformation. This is areas where we start looking at all disciplines, sales, marketing, customer service, and figuring out how those things come together. And the last is using AI to basically create new innovation for future growth. Let's take a look at these in more detail. First of all, AI-driven network. What we want to be able to do with an AI-driven network is look for insights, intelligence, and automation. And what I would say is that it's not that operators aren't already using some form of machine learning. We have a lot of telemetry that's coming in. We're probably applying those things today. What gets super interesting to me is the ability for us to leverage the new generative AI, those foundational models, so that it's not just machine learning over telemetry windows, but instead being able to analyze and internalize your network topology, figuring out all of the cyber-related incidents that exist with some of the equipment that you're using. Generative AI is trained on all of those things. So if we take the telemetry plus all of that background, now we can actually come through and get some true insights. We can run queries to figure out what's going on with the network, but we can also look for misconfigurations, and we can figure out how to make our operations run quicker. The important thing on all of this is to reduce the cost of operating the network. And even so far, what we've found with our partners is things that used to take months or weeks are now being done in days. That's going to reduce costs. And again, that's the value of AI. Build on what you have, add on some of the other components to go with it. Now, next we have business transformation. And business transformation, like I mentioned, is super important to be able to scale across the entire enterprise that we do. Again, all these multiple disciplines that we have. We want to be able to figure out how we can leverage AI in that particular place. And I would actually say, if you think about the way in which we work, what do we want to do? We want to engage customers. We have to empower employees. We want to be able to transform products, and we have to be able to keep operating. That's one of the things about the operators, famous for just unbelievably excellent SLA. All of us rely on that with our phones that we have. When we bring all this together with the intelligent network, we can start doing amazing things. And I think Chema did a really great job with those demos. I love those. Those were fantastic. Because that's an example of being able to pull in that network intelligence, being able to leverage AI, get insights that are on top of it. But now, again, what would happen if I could combine that with multiple different disciplines so that we can actually start making decisions? That means, for example, customer service can actually know what is my network experience? How well has it been going for me? I can look for new business opportunities in all of that data. And having a data repository, yeah, that's kind of necessary, but applying AI in this way, we think is going to make a massive difference. In fact, from a Microsoft perspective, we're actually bringing generative AI through Microsoft Copilot. And I want to point out one particular thing. We call it a copilot, not an autopilot. An autopilot implies that the AI is going to make all the decisions for you. That is not what we're trying to do. Instead, what we're trying to figure out is how can we leverage generative AI for multiple disciplines in their domain and help them become more productive. And I'll take a concrete example. I'm a software developer myself. I've been doing it for over 30 years. We have now found that when you start bringing in Copilot for coding purposes, as people have adopted that, you see up to 40% improvement in productivity. Imagine that, having a Copilot with you as you're writing code. But it doesn't stop there. You can use this in contracting and in business and other areas, IT, and I mentioned customer service, being able to ask questions. And I love the way that your demos did this. I have a plain language prompt. I'd like the following information. Boom, it comes back. And again, with that data working across all disciplines, it makes it much better. So you'll see our copilots actually showing up everywhere. And in fact, we've made them also available for Azure Operator Insights, which is a way to take the same kind of copilot technology and make it available for operating networks. We think there's a huge opportunity with that technology. We think about innovation and another way that we can leverage AI going forward. Here we think about customer innovation. Where can we go going forward? Because when we bring together the smart network, the smart cloud, those things come together, we want to leverage AI in new business scenarios to create growth. One of the other things that we are announcing here at the conference is after Azure call protection, which is a very interesting one. This is using AI to actually help prevent fraud. And in particular, with the user's permission and signing in, we actually have the ability to go back to voice and actually leverage AI. Again, when a customer signs up for this, I have 2 elderly parents. Many of us often do. They're often victims of fraud. If you can listen at that and identify the fact that this call is actually fraudulent, then the operator can actually be able to break in and help protect them. That's just one example of using AI in this particular case to help. I think there's awesome examples of the Open Gateway also being able to look at SIM swap and location information and the Open Gateway information. Those are examples of being able to go back today and getting immediate value out of that technology. So we want to be able to apply that to everything. So again, modernize your network so we can actually reduce costs. We want to monetize the network by creating new scenarios and figuring out better ways that the whole enterprise can come together. And I should say that that technology that I'm describing, it's absolutely real. Everyone's doing this today. And in fact, we just saw a demo of this. And so the folks that are the furthest ahead have actually figured out how to harness some of this, and it's really just the beginning. I want to end with the Open Gateway and the keynote that we had this morning. And of course, we were here a year ago. Thank you again for inviting us back. We wanted the opportunity. We believe this is super important. Really what we want to do is create a virtuous cycle. We want a virtuous cycle so that software developers are building new applications that are actually leveraging the network. When I write those, I want to make sure, as a developer, I can get leverage out of my application. That's where Open Gateway comes in. I can now write an application that I know is going to have coverage, is going to run in multiple geographies around the world, and I'm going to be able to actually get more monetization for the effort that I put in. And then at the same time, as an operator, I want the ability to not only have those applications, but to figure out where I have unique differentiation, how do I light those up? And we can, of course, do that through the APIs and with the developer ecosystem. Once that virtuous cycle kicks in, we get more apps to target more networks to create more monetization. That's the loop that we want to get going. And I think the ones that have me the most excited right now, there are concrete enterprise identity, anti-fraud, and those sort of scenarios that we could all use right now. Every one of us could use those. And at the same time, we're working on some of the advanced new applications that come up that will leverage slicing and other technology that we make available for the apps going forward. And in our case, we created Azure Programmable Connectivity. We did that a year ago. We moved into public preview right now. And that's basically to help pull that developer ecosystem onto these networks and get us moving forward. And for anybody who is interested in figuring out how to program against that, and again, with our partnership with Telefónica, it's fantastic. There's a QR code there and a link to go get started. We already have 15 partners on multiple continents, and I think we're picking up the pace, which is really fantastic to see. So in closing, again, I hope you see that there's an opportunity now to go leverage AI in multiple ways, running the network, doing the business, pulling them together, and creating new monetization opportunities based on AI. That's what we want to partner with, and I want to thank Chema very much for having us here today. Thank you.
Bueno, y ahora, pues...
Great, and now let's speak about the Open Gateway. As you know, we have been working hard in Open Gateway. You've heard a lot about Open Gateway in the GSMA keynote presentations, and I would like to tell you a little bit more about what has been done in Telefónica in the last months. As you know, we are present in 21 markets with 47 mobile operators that have joined the Telefónica Open Gateway, and this means 239 networks, mobile networks. Bear in mind that many operators work in several countries. This represents 65% of global connections. Now, regarding the APIs in which we have been working, we have bundled them in different categories. We have standardized APIs under network connectivity, network information, network drones, that will require, of course, new APIs and new forms of networks, payments, identity, anti-fraud. So all the verticals where we have been working on have led us to develop a series of standardized APIs leveraged on Camara, and operators are putting all these APIs at the disposal of our customers so that they can use them through their used marketplaces like Asun. Now, within this global open gateway strategy, we wanted to lead in 3 markets: Brazil, Spain, and Germany. And we have been working hard in these 3 markets in order to co-build with our customers different use cases, and the majority of use cases will require the use of different APIs, such as in the case of identity use or anti-fraud, in which using APIs to spot the location of the device or ensuring that the connection is being made from a specific location will help us build much more, let's say, much more smooth experiences for users, and being capable to soundly detect any fraud attempt or attack against financial institutions, e-commerce platforms, etc. Now, Brazil. Let me give you the information about Brazil. The project was launched in November last year. We launched the Open Gateway Brazil initiative with TIM and Claro. Vivo is our operation in Brazil, and then we joined with our partner with TIM and Claro, where we launched the Open Gateway APIs. This means that we have a reach of 145 mobile customers reached by all these APIs. This means that we can develop services for 145 million customers working through Infobase and Microsoft Azure. This means that developers can consume the APIs through these 2 partners. And as you can see, we have been working with different customers in different use cases that I'm going to focus on in a few minutes. Here to the right in blue, all the APIs launched in partnership with Brazil's telcos: device location, SIM swap, and number verification. And the ones that we will launch soon, because they have been already operationalized by Telefónica, and now we are in the standardization process so that they can be launched to the market. Now, with these APIs, we have been in different experiences. We have had the Chief Information Officer of ITU here in the podium in the main keynote, where he spoke about this use case. This is all about making transaction much more smooth when we want to transfer money. So here, transparently, we use the SIM swap API, and when there is a transfer attempt, the SIM card is checked to see if there's been a portability in the last 24 hours. If this is the case, the risk level is increased, and we ask an additional layer of verification to the user. But if this is not the case, a transfer is done without any further ado by the user, which is improving the usability and the experience of all the services for our customers. We have a similar case with Daikobal. Last year, we already announced this project. It's work in progress. This feature is used by all Daikobal customers, and the way it works is absolutely the same. When we onboard a customer and we check the phone number from that moment on, when any transaction or modification attempt in the economic assets of the user is detected, the portability of the SIM card is checked to come up with a risk level, and if the risk level is 0, the experience is very smooth. Here we have another use case in which we have been working, in this case with Frete.com. Frete.com is a platform to allow truck drivers to carry cargo. This is a unicorn in Brazil. The CEO is in the room. He's been with us this morning, and in this case they use the Know Your Customer API. to double check that the data attached to a phone number and an ID card are matched, and for that we use the telco data in order to robustly spot the identity of our customers, to reduce fraud and to ensure that the service is smooth and relaxed. Again, all the experience is transparently launched digitally, which makes it much better for everybody. And the last example I would like to share with you is again from Brazil, another integration in Brazil. As you know, the Web3 team in Telefónica, as you know, we are fans of the Web3 world, and we have brought the open gateway to distributed applications users through the Chainlink Oracle. If you are familiar with the Web3 world, you will understand it easily. If you are not, it's very simple. We bring swim swap APIs to Web3 apps developers through a smart contract. Again, this experience allows developers to use SIM swap APIs in the Web3 world, which was impossible up to date. And the last integrations we have achieved has been with TikTok. We have published the press release. We are pivoting this project to avoid the accounts theft. We use the SIM swap API, again in Brazil, and the integration has been done in partnership with TikTok. In the case of Spain, going back to one of our important geographies, the three telcos in Spain, Orange, Telefónica, and Vodafone, in the framework of the project Open Gateway. This means that we have a reach of 300 mobile customers, so through Bonage, Azure, Digital Virgo, and Deloitte, as we'll see now with Salesforce and MuleSoft, we have made available the swim swap and number verification APIs. Number verification allows us to have a network-based authentication. This means that when a mobile phone is connected to the mobile network, we authenticate transparently that the phone number is really the one that is being authenticated in the mobile connection, which allows us to include the second authentication factor, fully transparent and detecting when a user's identity theft case happens. And the rest of the APIs, you're going to see them working in some use cases. This use case is by Buena, which is a company that specializes in multicam and immersive reality sport experiences. They use 180 degrees cameras and 360 degrees cameras in sports events. We have launched a mobile experience and a home experience. The mobile experience focuses on the device location API, which is a very special API within the telco industry because it allows us to ensure a parallel verification which cannot be manipulated in the device compared to the GPS, which can be manipulated because there are techniques of fake GPS where users can place a mobile phone in a wrong location. Now, asking this double verification, you can do geofencing. Geofencing for two purposes, be it to enable a certain experience only in a specific physical location, such as a bank transfer, for example, that can be limited to only one city or one geographical area, which ensures the safety of all bank transfers, or on the contrary, to ensure that some experiences are not available in certain locations. There's a way to protect certain experiences in areas where you don't want them to take place. We have used this geofencing app so that the live broadcasting of a sports event can only happen in the area where the sports event is taking place. So we reduce piracy and we contribute to a better experience for the users who are, let's say, immersed in the experience, considering that we are in a fully crowded environment with congestion problems. In order to ensure a connectivity that allows us a high quality streaming for users attending a match, or to have the UVR, well, we use the on-demand API. For home, the app that you can download, which is Movistar Experiencia Inmersiva, we have exactly the same experience using the Quality on-demand API for the home Wi-Fi network, which, as you will see, when you engage in the immersive experience that you can try in the room behind, there is what we call Movistar Domo, and when you get there, you prioritize UVR experiences in your traffic within the Wi-Fi network. And the last one that we have integrated for premium content is carrier billing, which is a way of uploading digital services to your customers' invoice in a very simple way, using all our safety means in terms of payment. You can try it later here in the hall, in the Telefónica stand, so don't miss it. Another use case, if you are Movistar customers here in Spain, you can already enjoy it. It's already available. We have made available to our Spanish or Spain users the capacity of introducing quality on demand features for 30 up to 50 minutes, so that we can obtain a broadband connection, so that you can have a transmission out in the air. For example, if you are connected to a specific spot and the broadband is failing because many people are connected to that spot, you can ask a not congested channel, paying by with tokens, which is a reward system launched in Spain a few years ago with 400,000 users. And we use the Quality on Demand API once again here in the connection spots or in the antennas. One of the most relevant areas when it comes to innovation is drones. As you know, in Europe, we are in the U-Space agenda, which means that at some point soon drones will be allowed to fly over cities, transferring or transporting goods. And for that, we'll need networks pointing to the sky for the drones, highways, and automatic onboarding and outboarding. They need connectivity, end-to-end connectivity, because the majority of these drones will fly over our vision line. And of course, we need to come with flight plans that take into account high density related challenges. We are partnering with drone companies all around Europe to use the Camara API, so that on the grounds of the density of population through which a drone is going to fly around, well, this will allow you to come up with a risk assessment, and then we have predictive connectivity, which allow us to understand what the risk will be depending on the rush hours, because as you know, connectivity changes depending on the time. And this will allow you to choose a drone. Each drone will be able to choose the safest way to ensure connectivity, and that connectivity will not be lost in flight. And of course, these APIs have been developed in partnership with the drones industry. Now, another innovation API we have been working on, and that has been standardized here in Camara, has to do with expanding identity to phones. In Camara, we have standardized an API that bonds a phone number with a public direction of the blockchain. So that we are developing this API that will be launched in Spain in the next months, and this will allow us to send phone number tokens, making the blockchain directions totally transparent. We're working with Bit2Me and MasterCard to bring this cryptocurrency and tokenomics world to a much simpler user experiences. We'll launch it with Tu, which, as you know, is the innovation brand here in Telefónica. In Germany, we have also worked we've partnered with Vodafone and Dutch Telecom, our dear friends of Dutch Telecom. The outreach there is 160 million mobile users, and we are working with Bonus and Azure. Let me share with you a few use cases. In this case, with number verification, Swim Swoop, Bintep, and Siemens. Bintep uses the number verification API to authenticate robustly and simply all the users using phone numbers. That is, we authenticate them on or from the mobile network. They don't need an extra password if not needed. And a second authentication parameter can be asked whenever relevant. This allows that in a market with, where people tells, right, in a sales market, well, we reduce fraud and ensure a safer experience for all users. All these projects and all these use cases, which are only a few, right, out of the long list we have implemented in different countries, have been possible thanks to two programs. One, the partner program, in which we look for companies that want to train their teams in order to work in the transformation of the use cases by using Open Gateway APIs. We are training these companies, giving them access, privileged access to the APIs, and helping them focus the use of each API. If you are interested in joining the program, here is the QR code that will give you access to the partner program. Same applies to developers within the Open Gateway website, which is opengateway.telefonica.com. There's a program focused on developers, where all developers can sign in and get access to more information, documents, etc., to, well, launch digital services. One of our partners
is Deloitte, and Deloitte and Salesforce have been partnering. So let me introduce one of the top figures on the internet, the great Vala, Afshar, Chief Digital Evangelist of Salesforce. Welcome to Telefónica. It's a real pleasure.
Hello, hackers. It doesn't work without the hat. You can't do it with the suit.
Yeah, but I can give you a beanie hat. Not exactly like mine, but one cool beanie hat. So, first of all, thank you for being here, Vala. I really appreciate the work that we've been doing the last years, because we've always been a very close collaboration. I would like you to ask about this crazy project of using Open Gateway and creating products and services in Salesforce using MuleSoft, which is your company for managing APIs. So,
yeah,
the floor is yours.
You know, Telefónica has been a Salesforce customer for more than a decade. So what I do is every year I come in person so I can learn from Chema and Jose Maria in person. So 2 years ago in Madrid, we met in person. And Chema said to me that, you know, now we've got the kernel, we've got incredible AI capabilities, we're a complete cloud company. We need to democratize access to our network so that developers can build on our incredible capabilities. We love developers. Microsoft loves developers. Salesforce loves developers. There are millions of developers that are trying to build capabilities on the incredible smart infrastructure that this 100-year-old incredible company has been building. So this is work that's been in progress. It involves a number of entities. GSMA is driving the standardization. Kamara is a Linux Foundation project with standard open APIs. TM Forum, of course, Telefónica, Salesforce, and you saw 47 operators now. What most people may not know is Telefónica spent over 5-6 years just creating a common data platform for all their products, all their services, all their applications. So this is decades in the making. You see end users now just clicking buttons and have access to the incredible network, because the future telecom network is a platform that serves digital end users. Here's what we're going to show at Mobile World Congress. Very simple, beautiful use case for the travel industry. So you can see a user is maybe with family traveling, and they're looking to travel on bicycles. They can find options. You see Telefónica has verified that this small business is a trusted entity. Part of that verification you saw Chema talk about. You've got multiple verifications, authentication of a phone number, SIM swap, all the anti-fraud, location for geo services, and also payments that are now integrated. For example, mobile carrier payments as an example, and knowing your customer. So behind the scenes, you have all this Camara open standard APIs that, as you heard in the opening keynote, is connecting Earth, the best of Earth, Telefónica infrastructure, to best of cloud, including Telefónica's cloud. All of this is running through the cloud. So much like Salesforce, this is all cloud operations. But the most important takeaway for me, and what inspired Salesforce and Deloitte to work together when we met 2 years ago, was how does a developer, how does a small business building applications take advantage of this incredible infrastructure that Telefónica has? It can't be just the big companies. It can't be just Salesforces of the world that can build beautiful applications. Today, with this revolution with AI, you have millions of developers who are not only taking advantage of the open standard APIs that are here today. Wait till you see what's going to happen at Mobile World Congress 25. Because the nature of computing is changing. A lot of these APIs is, retrieving information to an end user. But all of software, all of hardware is being reinvented, not just to retrieve information, but to generate new information. The power of generative AI is that now you can take the power of 47 operators unified with open standards APIs, and now millions of developers creating fantastic capabilities. That's how we need to work together. The ecosystem is how we're going to advance and make sure that business can be the greatest platform for change. And the values that Telefónica and all of the partners that you see, the one common thread for all of us is to make sure that we improve the quality of life for users. So all the technical stuff is really cool, but when I'm sitting with Chema and Jose Maria and our team, we're always thinking about how is the end user experience? Is it transparent? Is it intuitive? Is it simple? Is it secure? Does it honor privacy? So it's always working backwards from the end user, and at the end, you have beautiful applications. Now, behind the applications, for all the hackers, for all the people that want to know, how does this magic work? Yes, what you're going to see with Deloitte and Salesforce working with Telefónica, we built a mobile app. The mobile app can be across a variety of mobile phones, tablets, laptops, whatever the end device is. We use MuleSoft and all the open APIs as an aggregator/integrator. And now you have 47 operators who can now deliver that service simply, intuitively, transparently, at scale to an end user. This is a decade in the making. For those technologists, you appreciate how hard it is to get to this point. But it is a fantastic reminder to all of us that the smartest person in the room is the room itself. You can't achieve this if it wasn't for Camara, if it wasn't for GSMA, if it wasn't for Telefónica's ecosystem, TP Forum. So hopefully we walk away from Mobile World Congress knowing that if you're going to deliver beautiful experiences, we have to work together and make sure that technology serves our future digital world. So thank you very much for including us in this incredible program.
No, thank you very much, Vala, but you were talking about Mobile World Congress 2025. I'm going to forbid you to talk to the chairman. I don't want to be living a nightmare from now to 2025. So no ideas to the chairman.
When we meet in Telefónica headquarters, the chairman and I, we talk. Chema, notes, and he usually leaves the meeting, like, I don't know. But you always deliver.
No meetings with, yeah, of course.
You always deliver.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's my job.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Real pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, now let's switch to Spanish to finalize the presentation. Algunos.
So some warnings. First of all, we have a developers conference to try the APIs. The team of Telefónica has participated so that you have some box and you can try the APIs. You have the DEFCON, the QR code to attend and see where the conference takes place and the schedule so that you can participate, and we will all try and increase the number of activities for developers in this Congress, and this is the first Congress for developers, the first DevCon in Mobile World Congress. And then, as you know, in Telefónica we have a company that is Vala, where we'll invest in startups and we work with them, we use them to transform our businesses, and we have a call for startups in Vala for companies working in the open gate or having their services to use APIs in OpenGate. You have information about this. And then, before we finish, we were in 2023 and we shared what we were doing with Open Gateway, and we've moved along. We have launched APIs, worked with different customers, but Camara and Open Gateway is not for the APIs that you've seen before. The working lines that we have now include all the different ways of technology appearing: artificial intelligence, Web3, quantum, hyperconnectivity, metaverse, edge computing, and new technologies. The highways for drones, for remote driving. You will never lose connectivity for these autonomous vehicles, and then we will keep on giving you more details. So I invite you to the demos space, and all the demos are being used, the capabilities of the network and of Open API, and I invite you to join us next year, because the only way to get to know the future is to help to create it. That's what we do in Telefónica. Thank you very much.
Hola,
Hola.
¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis? Danos un segundo. Gracias. Bueno, pues ¿cómo estás, Victoria?
So, hello, how are you doing, Victoria? I am Alfredo Serret. I work in Internet of Things department of Telefónica Tech, and it's a pleasure to be here today with Victoria Xiang. I hope I pronounced your surname well. CEO of Xiang, a very important company, a unicorn, and listed in Nasdaq, with autonomous vehicles. Tell me, electrical autonomous vehicles. Okay, so drones for passengers. Okay. And with the patent of vertical technology most advanced all over the world, and also very advanced in certification and so on and so forth. And we're here to talk about urban mobility. Urban mobility. This is the title of our speech. We're going to talk about drones, going to talk about technology, the role of Telefónica, and connectivity. It is like an invisible threat that makes these drones talk to each other, talk to the city, and generate an ecosystem, because we are talking about a platform, about an ecosystem. So, Victoria, maybe we can start talking about urban mobility. When this urban air mobility is a new transport model for passengers and goods, and with electrical air vehicles with a vertical landing, and they can be controlled by remotely with control centers. And our company Xiang, we are the leaders, the first company listed in Nasdaq, and we are in the avant-garde, as I said, pioneers, the first ones to have this certification of electrical vehicles with passengers without a captain on board. And Xiang is the first company in the world to make commercial operations with passengers. It is a milestone. Yeah, fantastic. Never before there were these drones carrying passengers. This is the big milestone. Okay, so the connectivity is playing a very important role in this urban mobility, and from Telefónica Tech, we are working on that. We've been working on drones for a long time, and so as I was saying, we've been working for a long time on drones, and it is a sensor, and this is why we speak about the Internet of Drones. Drones fly, but they have a connectivity, a communication module, a flying platform, an analytic software for events, and then an analytical layer on the top that makes it smart. A non-connected drone is not a smart drone. And when we talk about urban air mobility, these drones can go from point A to point B, and they can coexist with a lot of drones flying at the same time. So that it can be escalated, we needed to manage these big amount of drones in an urban space. And we need connectivity, and we need technology. Connectivity is this invisible thread that puts together these different points, and then It is like a beehive in which all the bees are smart, but they also have a collective intelligence. This is the pillar that gives support to everything. So we've been working for a long time, and we've inspected infrastructures, solar panels, and mobility, detection of events or of crashes, and this is the most advanced thing we've done. And also to establish this connectivity, and it is a very ambitious plan and project. And going back to the idea of the ecosystem, you know a lot about ecosystems, right? So what can you say about this ecosystem? Well, the ecosystem is made of engines, infrastructures, and different loading stations, and communication networks, control systems, charging systems, and connectivity. Because flying a drone with passengers is as difficult as flying an airplane. It is a whole ecosystem with platforms and so on and so forth. And this is how we do our ecosystem with all the different specificities. It plays an important role because this connectivity allows us to have reliability and then the high capability to convey data, and also the continuity of the operations of these airplanes, and then we can integrate everything in a very secure way. And so a provider and supplier of capabilities, and 5G here is the difference between an scalable and a non-scalable service. And I don't know if this is the right slide or not. So why 5G is so important? Well, first of all, there is a concept, latency. Latency is the capability to speak on both edges of a network. Latency was about 2,000 milliseconds before, and 5G reduces these to 1, 2, 3 milliseconds. This allows us to act in real time, and you can fly thousands of kilometers. And up to now, you couldn't fly because you couldn't interact in real time. But with 5G and latency, you can have this virtual pilot in the drone. This is the big difference. So there is like a conceptual pilot, a conceptual captain in the drone. And this is very important. And also the bandwidth, it's like a Tesla vehicle. You update the software in real time if there is an incident. The control tower is going to detour you, and it's going to map you in the new location. There are a lot of functionalities around the capabilities of 5G. And something that we like to talk about, the network slicing. And the network is sliced into small bits, and then this is fundamental because if connectivity falls, then it is sliced, and then you can use another connectivity. And this is very powerful. Command and control, we call it. The capability to recover a drone when there is something unexpected going on. And this would be like a parachute of the drone, and regaining the control on the drone. And what we're sharing today is in the newsletter that we issued last year. And we work on connectivity, and we can talk about this. Also connectivity to different heights. So we need a lot of testing, a lot of lab, and we are really looking forward to it, and it has a very important potential, not only in the commercial sphere, but in all spheres. So also the capabilities of going to market. So we have a lot of drones. So we are present in 25 countries, and we are talking to the first customers in Europe and Latin America, and this would be our vision in this partnership and this alliance that we are sharing with you. So, Victoria, apart from explaining your perspective, maybe it would be interesting to share the case studies, because in Asia you are like in the avant-garde, right? So what are you seeing? Which is your experience in these case studies? Well, in Asia, yes, we are in the avant-garde vis-a-vis Europe, and the first applications of this technology are used to transport goods, passengers, and health services, or firefighting systems, and emergency response, and management of smart cities. And through these different applications, in China, we are developing the low altitude economy. And this economy in China is considered one of the emerging industries. But what is it? These transactions of goods and services that take place in this industry. What do you mean? Because with this technology, we have a lot of case studies and different models, and this economy is concentrated on the use of these airplanes, and the goal is to make the most of this low altitude space, less than 300 meters. Yeah, this would be the threshold, and also to integrate the services, air services, innovative services. These can benefit the city, and also it can improve the management of these new cities. It is a world of possibilities, and we've seen it since the beginning. Very interesting to work together, and we have prepared a video, and there should be a video now.
Bueno, pues como veis, esto no es PowerPoint, esto es realidad. Esto pasó hace un mes en el aeropuerto de Lleida, donde hicimos el primer, siempre lo digo mal, pero es el primer vuelo con la primera certificación que ocurre en Europa en este ámbito, que es un hito, con nuestra conectividad, con la conectividad de Telefónica Tech, ¿no? Con la conectividad 5G. Y bueno, pues mucho por hacer. Este año nos vais a ver, si Dios quiere, en un montón de sitios, en un montón de países. Estamos ya hablando, ya os digo, en Europa y en Latinoamérica en varios mercados. Y bueno, un pedazo de compañía. Muchísimas gracias por venir, Victoria. Estamos súper contentos de trabajar juntos y gracias por la oportunidad.
Gracias, Alfredo. También es un gran honor para mí, para Xiang, poder trabajar junto con Telefónica Tech para que esta tecnología pueda beneficiar a toda la ciudad y a todos los ciudadanos.
Okay.
Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Gracias a todos. Chao.
change is not a matter of luck. It doesn't just happen with the passing of the years, nor does it come spontaneously. And yet, it happens. It happens because there were pioneers who imagined a future full of possibilities. People who went where no one had gone before, with a clear mission to connect our lives. People who turn uncertainty into anticipation, who feel the fear and still take the risks, who find a way around the obstacles to create again, who do not settle for success because there is always room for innovation, who in going further do not hesitate to seek guidance, who having achieved what seemed impossible, go for more. And that's when change happens. Because as long as there are people imagining a better future, we will be there to inspire, to transform, to lead, and to support everyone's progress for another 100 years. Telefónica, 100 years leading change.
shut it down, no?
I will switch it off.
Touch and ask your question. So what's the quickest way to do it?
Ready to go.
Should we start?
And also, if you use the
Okay. So, first of all, welcome.
En primer lugar, bienvenidos, bienvenidas. Durante esta sesión, mi colega Cayetano y yo mismo hablaremos de la historia de Telefónica. Celebramos los 100 años de historia y nos gustaría compartir nuestros planes a 10 años, por lo menos, sino 100. Hablaremos de red, la evolución de la red. Esta mañana hemos debatido con José María en su presentación principal, hemos debatido sobre la iniciativa Open Gate y cómo está contribuyendo a la apertura de la red. Para los desarrolladores es lo que importa. Desde el año pasado venimos hablando de la apertura de los APIs. Este año hablaremos de multitud de servicios. Antes, con Chema Alonso, también nos hemos referido a la iniciativa.
A couple of partners, what are we trying to do? Now we will speak about network. Now, unless you open the network interfaces, right, you can't achieve anything. And ultimately, the biggest thing what we have as a big asset is fixed and mobile network, so that we have provision of access to our customers. And as you guys know, it is complex because of the legacy what we have built in for the last 10, 15 or 20 years. So I wanted to just use one single slide to just slice it down a little bit. What are we trying to do across the board? Now this is a Telefónica Germany initiative along with the group initiative that we want to have a network of the future, network as a service. Now these are the kind of layers of network what we all know. You have the first layer, which we called earlier as a layer one, platform one, but that's where you talk about all the access network, then you build on the orchestration layer, then you go up onto the BSS, OSS, and that's where you enable the APIs towards the world of hyperscalers, towards the world of developer ecosystem. So I will slice 2 or 3 initiatives in this slide. Number one is, how do you simplify the network? So we're running network of the future. I mean, today, fortunately, most of our networks across the globe, which Cayetano can talk about, all of us across all the operations have a fairly stable, very well operated networks. Now going beyond from here, so we said network of the future. It means disaggregation of every component, right from base stations towards the transport, harmonization of the transport networks, disaggregating the core networks, right? Instead of building the vertical appliances, right, how do you go to cloud? Now, at least in Germany, what we started about 3 years back, we called it as network of the future. It means invest for the growth. That's what we kicked off about 3 years back, invest for growth. As a part of the program, we equalized the network reach in the market. However, we said cloud is a differentiator for us. Cloud is a differentiator in terms of both the IT as well as the network workloads. So we run a program called Radical Architecture and IT Transformation. It's simplifying best-of-breed components, building together. It's close to a 600 million program, a 5-year program, which we kicked off about 3 years back. It's a very bold program where we said none of the appliances will be deployed on-premise. So complete cloud native. After 3 years, I must say, people ask me, when do you think this BSS program will be concluded? I say, I will be able to tell end of the year, because end of the year, our plan is to get €1 billion revenues flowing through the platform what we created. So that's a big piece of the program. The second is the cloud as an initiative. Now, cloud comes both technology and people, right? Technology will never fail, but if you don't have right people, it will always be a challenge. So we triggered about 3 years back a program in terms of upskilling my team, right? So we have done with all the hyperscaler, 3 of them, in terms of going and talking about how can you upskill people. So I used to have about 6 or 7 cloud certified architects. Today, after 3 years of the program, I have 65 people. So unless you transform people, you can't transform technology. So we were able to do that, and then we have now today in the whole radical architecture program, I have 135 applications sitting on the cloud. The money, what we used to do, let's say for hyperscalers, roughly we used to spend about 1.5 to 2 million a year. Today we spend close to 35 million euros. It means such a huge workload is already moved there. Now once you go to the cloud, the way you operate cloud is completely different than what you do on premise. That's what we are learning every day in, day out. So these are the 2 big programs which are enabling us to open the APIs towards the open gateway ecosystem. With that, I hand over to my colleague Cayetano to talk a little bit through, and then I can come back for any questions if you have.
So you heard what Malik showed us about the network in Germany. It's amazing. But I will elaborate a bit more about the levers we have for doing this network transformation. First of all, and it's maybe funny, but talking about transformation, but it's legacy. How we're managing the legacy. For investing in network transformation and for doing new things, you have to manage properly the legacy, the network legacy. For instance, in Telefónica Germany, we switch off 3G, and we are refarming heavily the 2G. But for instance, here in Spain, we plan to stop copper. I mean, we are swapping out copper by fiber, and the centenary of Telefónica, we will finalize this, and we stop offering copper to our customer. With this, all the resources we are investing in legacy today, we are able to invest in transformation and in network transformation. It is not only investment, but also focus on resources. So managing well the legacy and managing the cycle of each technology is key. For instance, our growth in future in mobile will be mainly 5G. So we need to reduce investment in 4G and shifting to 5G. This is one of the levers we have for making possible all the network transformation Malik showed us in Germany. Another one is network automation and artificial intelligence. For sure that we need to simplify the network, but even simplifying the network, we will have complex network to operate. We are delivering more and more services with a lot of functionality, and we need to manage that in a smart way. So automating the network is a need, but also an opportunity of doing new things. And we have the aid of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence normally works very well in areas in which we have a lot of data. We believe that network is a key part of our infrastructure, of our services, that we bring a lot of data. So we have tons of data. We have telemetry, we have alarms, we have many things that can enrich an AI algorithm and make it our process more efficient and effective. So we are doing things already in AI. We plan to do many more things. So we have a commitment for increasing our level of automation, and we will reach the level 4 of automation regarding the TM forum. So we will want to achieve the closed loop automation by 2025. And this is a very high level of automation that we need to do for sure with the aid of artificial intelligence. But we are not waiting for 2025 to do so. We are already using LLM, I mean large language model, for having natural language interface with some of our network nodes. I mean, asking how many base stations I have in Munich with more capacity or with more traffic than X. So we can do, we are working already for doing so. We are working for doing automatic root cause analysis. When you have an outage, investigating what is the outage, what is the cause of the outage, take a lot of resources, but also a lot of time, and automating this with the aid of artificial intelligence will give us more speed and also more agility. And even we can do simulations. So majority of our outages are coming from wrong work executed in the network. So when we have a plan work, normally there are a human component, and there's a possibility probability of failure, and many of our outages are coming because of this. If I can simulate any of or every of our orders to the network and check if this will cause a problem, an outage, I will be operating my network safer. So as you can see, automation and AI, it is not only about efficiency, but also about quality. What else? Disaggregation. Malik talked about disaggregation. We are believers in open architecture. So open architecture will increase the richness of our vendor ecosystem. We can have different modules with different vendors, and then we can have the faster speed of innovation in each of the modules. But also we can disaggregate software and hardware, and we can have a faster innovation cycle in the software and in the hardware. We can reduce the entry barrier that hardware means. So we are working in open architecture in the radio, so we are pushing a lot for Open RAN. We are pushing as well in broadband, so we want to have open broadband. This is the OLT as well disaggregated, and we are working in open transport, both in the optical side and in the IP side. One key element is that disaggregation and disaggregated vendor has to be competitive. Competitive in terms of technical functionality, so we should not have any technical gap. So this innovation means that we should have a best functional portfolio in the disaggregated mode than in the conventional one, and also economically. So we want this to be competitive, as I said. This is not the case in all the network elements, but we are working in some of them. Let me put an example that Malik is doing in Germany. So in Germany, we are swapping out some thousand routers over the air. So we have a hardware, there's a white box hardware with the software of one vendor, and we are changing this vendor by another one without going to the site, without taking out the hardware. So just sending out the software. As you can imagine, the speed that we can do the swap and the cost of the swap is much better in this case than a normal swap of taking out the hardware, sending somebody to put another router, and integrating a new vendor. This is already ongoing. We have swapped 100 routers, and we are extending this swap soon in Telefónica Germany. This is, by the way, for the cell-side router. It's a simple router, but we are starting by that. And the other lever we have is cloudification and softwarization. Malik talked about that, and I will talk later about that. But the idea is taking all the advantages of cloud technology for improving our operation in terms of agility, in terms of efficiency, in terms of automation, but also in terms of reliability. So we need to learn from the technology in the cloud for improving our processes. It is not only about infra, and you will see in my next slide, but it's about mainly improving automation and reliability. Well, all these four levers we are planning to implement in 8 programs, that you see in the slide, with a multi-year program in each of our OBs for transforming our network accordingly. Let's talk about cloud. When I talk about cloudifying and softwarize the network, it doesn't mean bringing all my elements to the public cloud. Could be, but it depends if it is convenient or not. What do we mean then by cloudify? By cloudify means that we increase the level of automation. For instance, we need to have CI/CD/CT approaches. That is, testing automatically the software that is coming from the vendor and deploying automatically, reducing the time that we have for implementing a software release or a software configuration. With this, we will do that in a standardized way and in a much more agile way. Means, for instance, not having maintenance window for changing a configuration or changing a software. So in-service software are great. We have that already in the cloud, but we are not in the network. So imagine that I can change the software of any of my network element without doing it at night or in a maintenance window, because I'm changing microservice by microservice, and then I am not impacting my traffic. This will be great. It is the dream of any operator director in any OB, and I think we can have it already with cloud technology. We want to implement that. What else? For sure, cloud is auto-healing, auto-scaling. This is one of the key elements, and reacting to the demand. But also, also we can have more reliability because we can have the microservices distributed, and our network should be more reliable if we are working with cloud technology. For sure, we have to work with microservice, container on top of microservice on top of containers. This is the key secret or the key mystery of cloudification. I would extend even to appification. Majority of the software in the cloud is appified, and we need to appify that, not only for exposing to the external customer through Open Gateway, but also for managing with our own application for operating the network in a much more efficient and smarter way. And finally, we need this to be orchestrated. We need to orchestrate the infra and the application for being able to do things that this closed loop automation that I mentioned before, but also slicing and many other things. So this is what we mean when talking about cloudify and softwarized network. We don't mean that we need to go to public cloud only. So the point is we need to evaluate what is the best infra, the best cloud infra, vertical virtualized approach with a vendor or a private cloud or public cloud to deploy our network function. And we need to do that taking into account all the elements. What are the technical capabilities? What are the possibilities of automation? What are the regulatory requirements? And what are the economical conditions for that? Once we evaluate that, we will decide in which infra we are deploying our network function. So when we say we are going to cloud or we are cloudifying our network, doesn't mean that we are bringing everything to the public cloud. For sure, we are doing testing, and likely we will have function in the public cloud, but it's not only that. There's no point in bringing a function, a network function to the public cloud if I'm not being able to increase my level of automation or increase my level of reliability. This is the key thing. This is the secret. And for sure, TCO is key, and we need to fulfill our TCO requirement clearly. So this is what I wanted to comment with you. Malik and I don't know, Malik, if you want to complement?
Just to give a perspective, when Cayetano is talking about how do we want to take the workloads into the cloud, right? There is no one single silver bullet, right? We need to really, again, we're not trying to hedge one against the other. If the ecosystem is not able to take the network functions, IT is easy, right? IT, I think we've done a lot. As I said, when we are running in Germany, about 160 applications, and we have an ambition, we want to go 80% of our IT workload will be sitting on public cloud. It is not a problem. Right, economically also, right, we need to change a lot. Auto-scaling is something which we have to use every domain. I think it is fine. However, when you put the network load, I think the processing, the CPU utilization, which the cloud providers today, the typical public cloud providers have to adopt a lot. I think that is what we learned. About 2.5 years back, we started the program with two of our big, stakeholders, Ericsson, AWS. We said, let's come together. About 2 years back, we launched this program to take the packet core, the most intensive workload, into a public cloud kind of deployment. We've learned a lot in 2 years, right from operating model, right from ability for the infrastructure to take a workload of GBPS kind of transaction. It's a significantly transaction intensive. It is not an IT application where you can say, okay, a BSS is sitting there, it's a post-processing. It is real-time workload. That is what we learned a lot. However, we as an industry ecosystem, if we don't come together and solve these problems, we will not be able to do. So we will not be single Telefónica or operator ecosystem will not be able to solve the problem. And that's what we're working together from an overall group perspective, and also what trials, what is the learning you want to take in each OB, right? So Cayetano, maybe one question just to trigger the discussion. How do you see the public cloud adoption with the network function workloads which are going there?
I think, as I said, it depends on what level of automation we can take for that. I think technically, from point of view performance, we know and we test together that functionality is there, and we can implement network function as demanding as packet core on top of the public cloud. But it depends mainly on us. What are the things on top of in terms of automation and reliability that we can bring? For sure, taking into account that the TCO is the right one. Okay? But I'm sure that the TCO will come to the point that we need, and the functionality that we can increase in terms of operation will make us put, I would not say everything in the public cloud, but some in the public cloud. There's another requirement that is, for sure, we need to think in a multi-cloud approach. Okay? Not only the different public cloud providers, but also our reality today is multi-cloud. I mean, we have things in each of the vertical virtualization environment of the vendors. We have VMware, we have Red Hat, and we have public cloud. So we are starting with a multi-cloud approach, and we will continue with that. We cannot depend only in one public cloud. It will be risky from many means point of view. So a multi-cloud approach is needed, and I think we are close to have this multi-cloud approach.
Yeah. Maybe one more example I can also give from a telecom workload perspective, charging. Charging is the most real-time workload. So in Germany, we have put charging into Google Cloud, public cloud again, right? It's not a private cloud. It's now almost 1.5 years we started off the program. 2 years back we started the program. When I asked the guys who have been running charging for last decade, what do you want to do if you are given opportunity today? And everybody says, this is where I want to go. Because it relieves a lot of stress in terms of building our own infrastructure. Because we spend enormous amount of time in building infrastructure, build-to-suit infrastructure. By the time you want to get your revenues flowing in the system, the hardware is more or less obsolete. So those are the kind of learnings which we are having. So it's a bit of learning curve right now. The scaling of public cloud or a cloud-based technology, I think it's a misnomer to call it as private cloud or public cloud. Cloud is a technology. Now, where do you want to host this technology is something which we are figuring out. But more or less for us in Germany, which we started, as I said in the beginning, it's a strong move towards going into the public infrastructure, and till now, it has not let down, right? But will it happen continuously unless the application auto-scale? For example, one component what we're trying to work is on the retail systems. We have close to 14 different applications which are serving my shops and call centers. If you take that as a call center domain, right, it's about 14 applications. Now, the question for us is, if I'm taking all the 14 applications into public cloud or a cloud infrastructure, can I do auto-scaling? That is, when my shops are shut down, can I bring my workload to zero? And when the morning, 8 o'clock, the shops are open, the system should be working, right? And it is not easy the way we have built the applications in the last 20 to 30 years. Any BSS applications doesn't auto-scale today. We can talk a lot in the PowerPoint, but you really take a domain and take that domain and say, I want to demonstrate this, it takes time. However, once you start focusing, it really works well. For example, we have, as a part of the Open Gateway, API Gateway in Germany. We've deployed API Gateway on 3 clouds simultaneously, auto-scaling, with 325 million API calls which are called on this application. 325 million calls. So it works, but it cannot be a specific application. We have to go domain-based, right? For example, retail as a domain, right? Tomorrow it could be a voice. Today we have a fixed cost in terms of power consumption in our network, more or less, right? In the night, I don't have the consumption, but the base stations, right from base stations to the transport network to the core network, it doesn't auto-scale. These are pretty big monolithic applications. That is the journey which we are in. I hope by 2025, we should be able to start demonstrating at least 2 or 3 domains in our own infrastructure. If I go back to my earlier slide in terms of network of the future, right, in these domains, at least 2 or 3 big domains. Right? This slide takes me close to a 2.5 billion investment every year. So this is a 2.5 billion slide which is sitting here. Now, in 2.5 billion slide, if we are able to take out a 5 million, 10 million kind of domains and then transform into auto-scaling applications, into our ability to manage those applications. Honestly, in the last 3 years' time, what we have learned is it is easy to take an application to the cloud, but it's extremely hard to manage it the way it should be managed in cloud. You can't repeat the way you're managing in the on-premise world into the cloud. So this is learning which we are in. So it's a journey for next 5 years or 10 years, but this is a journey which Telefónica is really taking, and that's how we're working together across different parts of the company so that we are really able to open up the interfaces, and as Jose Maria mentioned in the morning, to say, okay, can we create a new industry ecosystem with the open gate? Happy to take any questions, or Cayetano, if you have anything, please shoot.
No, let's go for question. Any question from the floor? Have we got a mic?
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Gabriel Brown. I'm an analyst with Heavy Reading. My question was actually on your last point about the sharing learning across the group and the different divisions, like whether how does what you've done in Germany apply in Spain or elsewhere in Telefónica Group?
Yeah, it's absolutely. For example, we have horizontal programs. Let's say autonomous network as one single program across the globe. And then we pick up use cases in different operations and cross-learn each other. I think that's how we are doing it. And to be honest, if I extract it towards the open gateway, when today in the morning when you listen to the presentations, I think what we did in roaming maybe 20 years back, that could happen in the open gateway, because if Telefónica only drives it, this is not going to happen. It has to be all the operators together, hundreds of us coming together, opening the interfaces, so that we, from an application developer's perspective, we are not seen as a 350 million customer base. We are seen as a 6 billion customer base. That's the kind of thinking which we have. So it starts with us, right, in-house. How do we learn in IT? For example, we have done the cloudification in IT. How do I repeat in the network, right? And how do we repeat in the digital domain? So that is the cross-learning which we're having it. Yeah.
But also, I'm building on top of Malik, specifically to public cloud and network usage. Malik has tested a lot of things in public cloud for network, but not everything and not all the public providers. So we are distributing this test. We have done some in Brazil. We are doing something in UK, and for sure Malik has done in Germany a lot. So, and we are sharing knowledge for understanding what is the type of usage we can have with public cloud. In general, and this is the reason why we have a global technical cooperation I'm working, we are sharing this knowledge and we are learning from one of the operator to the other, and trying to implement not exactly and completely same approach in all the OBs, because each market has differences, but with the same rationale. Autonomous Network Journey, that is the program that Malik mentioned, is a very clear example of that, having one project for the whole company. Any other question?
Hi, thanks for taking my question. The disaggregation, I've worked with Telefónica on disaggregation for quite some time, and one of the drivers is opening ecosystem and creating competition across networks all throughout. But then as you move to public cloud, the issue becomes, aren't you reconcentrating everything back to dependence on the single cloud, public cloud provider, or at most maybe 2 or 3? It seems to go against the incentive to move to disaggregation to begin with.
I don't agree. So disaggregation means 2 things. One is disaggregating the software from the hardware, And in the core of the network, we have done this already some time ago. So it is working as a software put on top of a CAS and a server. No matter if you are going in a public cloud, in a private cloud, public cloud, private cloud, or vertically virtualized, it is working already that way. So it is separated and virtualized. And also means as well splitting functionality and having a standardized interfaces between these functional modules. And you can have this in the public cloud without any problem. You can have a packet code from one vendor and a PCF from another vendor, and this is already working. So going to public cloud doesn't mean that we are against disaggregation. It's the opposite. We are splitting and we are separating even more software and hardware, and you can have even more granularity because with the microservice approach, the splitting functionality can be even bigger.
I think, to be honest, I think one is a gravitas. Where do you want to move? Which cloud vendor or the supplier could be ready at which point? To a large extent, it really comes to us as operators or as service providers. We have let go a lot of stuff into the industry, and we become pretty much a high quality coordinating from one supplier to another supplier. How do you take back the control? Our learning in the last 3 years have been, when you talk about disaggregation, it's the discipline what you want to have in your organization. It's not about a AWS or a Google or a private cloud or Microsoft. It's about us. How do you want to define? And that's what we are spending enormous amount of time in relearning the engineering of it. Because if you go into cloud, if you don't understand the engineering of it, you can't operate. Yeah, so that's what we're trying. We are learning more and more. I mean, IT side of it, it's really seamless. I mean, right now, after moving hundreds of applications, it really works. I work with system integrators. I have my own internal competence. But the moment I take the network side of it, because the way we are trained, the way we are hard-coded in network, you want to physically see where your service is. Then only you believe you are doing a carrier-grade service. So that is something which we have to, I'm not saying we should unlearn, we should relearn how you want to deploy these as instance in minutes and seconds. Yeah. That's a huge challenge.
Thank you. Any other question?
Thanks. Ian Morris at Light Reading. Are you happy with the kind of cloud agnostic level of the kind of supplier community? And is it your intention to ultimately have all your network functions on one sort of horizontal platform? And I'm asking partly because I noticed the Ericsson deal that was announced today, the Cloud RAN deal in Germany, still seems to have CNIS in the mix, which sounds like a kind of old school way of doing it.
I wouldn't really agree. It's an old school way of doing it. If you want to have an application which is serving millions of customers, you can't just throw everything out. Because if you can't make a difference in the core of the business, you can't scale the edges, right? That is my strong belief. Yeah. Otherwise, we keep tinkering the edges and say, okay, I want to do this pilot disaggregation into different components. It will not work. Right? So you got to really, for example, a lot of times I get questions saying, okay, Open RAN, is it working or not? I say, guys, the moment it is working in the center of Berlin as a cluster, the moment it is working a center of Munich as a cluster, and if it is taking a gigabit of say spectrum, that's 300 megahertz of each spectrum with 6 carrier aggregations, then the technology works. Because we're at a scale. We are not a simple edge operator, right? We are an operator at scale with millions of customers, day in, day out, every second of the transaction works. And that is where we said, okay, with Ericsson, it's not necessarily that we're just wanting to do a vertical solution. It's definitely a roadmap for us to disaggregate it. Because the industry is yet to be ready. Let's face it. We have a lot of challenges in terms of the hardware, the L1. Is it going to be a general purpose L1 or a purpose-built L1? So these discussions are still not sorted out. But I think 2024-25 will be a really good year for us to put these things at scale in our networks.
Malik, I think that we need to go. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. So how is everybody so far? Good show? Everybody surviving? It's only the first day, remember. You have to save some energy. So my name is David Del Val, and I'm responsible for Open Gateway at Telefónica. So today, of course, I'm going to talk about Open Gateway. I'm sure you've heard the keynote this morning of the president of the GSMA and all the other CEOs talking about Open Gateway, so I will give you a lot more detail about that. But before starting, let me just give you a friendly reminder that this year is the 100th anniversary of Telefónica, and that we're very proud of that, because for a company to last 100 years, you have to be serving your customers, you really need to be reacting to the market conditions, and you need to be very innovative. And today, in 2024, the way we are being innovative and changing the market is with Open Gateway. The change that we have now ongoing is that everything is software. Everybody is writing applications, and applications are using the capabilities of other platforms to build bigger applications, more performing, and in faster time. The telcos have a lot of capabilities in our networks, in our CRM systems, in all the data that we have about our customers. But till today, it was impossible to use that information and that data by developers. And that's precisely what Open Gateway is changing. So if we look at how Open Gateway looks like, what we have on the top, you have consumers and business that need to solve some problems. They have a pain. And there you have digital services, applications, all kinds of software that is solving these needs from the customers. Who is writing this software? Of course, developers. And developers, what they need is simplicity. They need to do their work in their environments that they know. They work in AWS, they work in Google, they work in Azure. They do that all the time. And they also need that when they call an API, when they're trying to get a capability from a telco, that they only need to develop the software once, call the API, and that works for all the telcos. And that's where the aggregation function comes into play. You have people, companies like Vonage or Infobip, that are providing this aggregation function so that you call once, and it works in all the telcos. So in order for that to happen, as we see in the figure, you have the hyperscalers and aggregators. But these hyperscalers and aggregators, they have to integrate with 700 telcos in the world. That's an impossible task unless all the telcos expose the same layer, the same interface, the same plug. And that's what Open Gateway is. And this interface are the Camara APIs. Camara is a standards body, open source, in collaboration with the GSMA and the Linux Foundation, that offers these APIs in a way that all telcos expose exactly the same, so that hyperscalers and aggregators can expose that to the developers. The magic happens below the API Camaras. You need a platform in each of the telcos to expose these APIs, following this standard. And in the case of Telefónica, we're lucky because we have Telefónica kernel, which is a platform that abstracts all the complexity underneath in our network, in our different countries, in Brazil, in Germany, in Argentina, everywhere, and exposes the APIs as a single API to the aggregator so that they can aggregate, expose it to the developer that build the solutions with software. So this is Open Gateway in a nutshell. Last year, I was here presenting this new concept of Open Gateway, and the progress has been amazing since then. We now have 47 operators all over the world supporting the concept of Open Gateway. We have 239 networks represented in as many countries. And we have more than 65% of the mobile connections of the world enabled for Open Gateway. But what is more important, there are 6 countries right now where all the operators in the country have launched together the APIs, so that developers really can get the guarantee that if they call the API, it's going to work regardless of what telco is underneath. 3 of these countries are Telefónica footprint, and we're very proud of all the work we've done in Brazil, in Germany, and in Spain, together with other telcos, to have this running for Mobile World Congress 24. But in addition, we have Indonesia, we have South Africa, we have Sri Lanka. All over the world, we are seeing this multi-telco approach to Open Gateway. So in summary, what is very important for Open Gateway is that we expose all the same APIs so that this is easy and frictionless for developers, that we use the Camara standard for exposing this API, so this is easy for aggregators, that all telcos in each country expose the same APIs at the same time, so that, again, developers developing for an application in Spain, it just works. And finally, that we have as many channel partners as possible. We have hyperscalers exposing our APIs. We have Vonage, we have Infobip, we have many others like Salesforce exposing all these APIs so that anybody can use them. So what is the portfolio of APIs at Telefónica today? First, let me talk about the multi-telco APIs. So we have in Brazil, well, let's talk about APIs. No, the first one is the SIM swap API. This tells you if the SIM in a mobile phone has been changed recently. Because if it has, it probably represents some kind of fraud. People just changing SIMs. So this is very useful for many use cases. And we have it running in Brazil, in Spain, and in Germany. In Brazil with TIM and Claro, in Spain with Orange and Vodafone, and in Germany with Deutsche Telekom and Vodafone as well. And you see there all the different aggregators. So in Brazil, we're working with Infobip, in Spain and Germany, wow, with Vonage, and with Afshar in Spain and Brazil. This list will just grow. This is the beginning. This is year one. API number verification, this you call it with a phone number that the user has entered in your application, and the API returns saying, yes, this is the phone number from which you are calling the API. So it's for verifying the phone without an SMS. We all suffer these SMSs that come and we need to enter the numbers. This solves that. And it's ready again in Brazil, Spain, and Germany. And finally, we have in Brazil device location verification. So you call the API saying, is the user in this location? And the API returns saying yes or no. That's very important, again, for anti-fraud. There's a lot of GPS fraud. This solves that problem. So this is the current state today. Next year, we will have an exponential bigger number of APIs ready in all these countries. In general, in Telefónica, we have 9 APIs in production. Many of them are in Spain, or 8 of them are in Spain. So in the network that you're connected right now, the APIs are working. And then, well, you see, I have already talked about device location, SIM swap, number verification. But we also have quality on demand for the home device, so that if you're watching Netflix and someone else is playing a game in your home, you can decide which one gets a higher priority. Then we have carrier billing for billing in the invoice of your operator. Know your customer match. If a customer fills in the data, name, address, etc., you can ask the telco, is this correct or not? And you will get an answer saying yes or not. That, of course, with the consent of the customer. The customer has to say that accepts that this check is made on his personal data. And that's, in fact, one of the key properties of Open Gateway, that is privacy by design. We, from the very first moment, every API that we design is designed with privacy in mind, to follow all the laws, not only in the European Union, but in Brazil, in all the other areas of the world. We have the device status roaming and the one-time password with SMS. So this is the current portfolio. Next year, as I said, we'll have twice as many. And that's what Telefónica has been able to deploy. But in Camara, which is, as I said before, an open source standardization body, which is a combination of, or a cooperation between the Linux Foundation and GSMA, there are many other APIs. Here we have 24 APIs. Those in dark blue have been already implemented by Telefónica. Those in lighter blue are APIs that Telefónica is actively working in Camara to get them standardized, and the ones in white are coming afterwards. So just the main message here is this is not about one API. This is about opening all the capabilities of the telco. And we have many, many capabilities. Today we could think about 24 of them, but this is year one, so maybe we will see a lot more. This is a real platform for developers to get advantage of all the power of our networks. But let me say something else. Open Gateway, we believe it has to be a driver for the future specifications of our networks. You're all familiar with 3G, 4G, 5G. And if you think when the industry gets together and says, OK, what do we do in 5G? So the first thing we think is about how do we reduce costs. And the second thing is how do we increase revenues. And reducing costs, 5G has been very successful. We've done it with better coverage and energy efficiencies. This morning, the president of Telefónica was saying that in the last few years, we have increased the traffic by 9 times, 900%. And at the same time, we have reduced the energy consumption by 9%. So a lot more traffic and quite a lot less energy. So that 5G was very good for that. And 6G should be continuing this path of more efficiency, et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes to revenues, to making revenues, in 5G, I think we focused mostly on B2C, saying, OK, let's do more bandwidth, lower latency, and just give people more videos that they can consume, et cetera. That hasn't been that easy to monetize for us. And in IoT, we also launched some specific protocols for IoT, which is a good business. And in 6G, we should continue to drive this kind of revenue generators. But the key message of this slide, as you probably have already read, is that another driver is what developers need from our networks. Today, we're starting to learn from a number of customers what is it exactly that they need. And sometimes we find that our networks are not ready for that. So that should be the driver for improving our networks so that we serve developers better because they are willing to pay. OK, so I'm going to skip this one. Let's talk now about what is this good for. And we have a great lineup of people that are going to join me now in the stage to talk about their use cases. So we have all kinds of market opportunities in all sectors, from travel to marketing to manufacturing, media, banking, transport, all kinds of areas. So I'm going now to invite a number of people here to the stage so that we can discuss how they are using Open Gateway and how do they plan in the future to use it. So I'm going to start with TikTok. Today, Telefónica is announcing a strategic alliance with TikTok to develop solutions that use the Open Gateway APIs. And to talk about that, here is with me Michael Modun from TikTok.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Michael Modun. I lead product and mobile partnerships at TikTok. I'm based in Los Angeles. We've been working with Telefónica for quite a few years on a handful of different initiatives, and we're so excited about this newest one today with partaking in Open Gateway. All around the world, people come to TikTok every single day to create, consume, and connect with each other. And you can imagine how important it is to have a perfect user experience when people come onto our platform. In order to do that, we need to focus on how TikTok is safe, secure, and information stays private. And the Open Gateway initiative, specifically around number verification, is quite important to us as we think about how do we have a seamless user experience that focuses on that privacy, that is a global standard, that is one that feels safe and secure. And we are elated about starting this partnership in Brazil with that opportunity to expand to other markets all around the world. as well as think about how we expand on other specific privacy and safety and security related initiatives that are coming through the Open Gateway standard. We're beyond excited to partner with you guys, and it's been great to kind of be at the front of this when we think about consumer tech platforms.
And do you think beyond number verification that you use to verify that the number that the customer is entering is the right number, do you see any other APIs that you can benefit from, or I don't know, for instance, know your customer, to know more about the customer? Because at the end of the day, what matters really is the trust of the customers, that they know that they're in a safe place when they enter TikTok, right?
Yeah, definitely. As you said, trust is how we think about continuing to grow our company and continuing to grow our product. And it's really important that we have some of these things that are very specific to areas where it's specific to things that are around security or safety. We think around profiles specifically, and ways that we can continue to do that would be really important for us.
Yeah, so thank you very much for coming. We will see a lot more developments in this strategic relationship, and we will be doing more announcements during the year. But I think this is a clear show of the power of Open Gateway when you start thinking about what can I do with all this technology. And for TikTok, I think it's been a no-brainer.
Yeah, thank you. We really want this to be kind of a journey along the way as we continue to expand. We know that the Open Gateway project is going to continue to grow as more networks continue to come on board. And we want to really be pilots and making sure that we are focusing on this from a privacy perspective.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, let's now talk about some B2B cases. As I was saying before, we launched in Brazil. Brazil was the first country where Open Gateway was launched back in November of 2023. With these three APIs, number verification, SIM swap, and device location. So to talk about that, first I want to invite Debora from the Telefónica team in Brazil, Vivo. She's the director of B2B.
Yes,
hello, Debora.
Thank you very much. Hi, David. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon.
So tell us about the Brazilian market. How is it special? How is it different? What do you see in relation to Open Gateway?
As you mentioned, nowadays I'm in charge of the B2B market in Brazil. And as you know, Brazil is a continental dimensions country with a high degree of maturity and engagement in digital service. And what we see with the many companies in Brazil from different sectors such as retail, financial, and even technology companies, they demand interoperable and standard solutions to accelerate and enhance their customers' experience. Such technology adoption leverage the experience to the market when we are proposing, for example, better customer experience with this kind of use of APIs and even anti-fraud packages to identify and to notice the customer information in any stage of the customer journey. That's impressive.
Can you talk about a little bit about the APIs that you have available now?
Yes, as you mentioned, during 2023 in Brazil, we've just started the development of 80 APIs, but we decided to prioritize 3 of them, mainly joining it with the other operators in Brazil. That is TIM and Claro, because the main issue at this moment to the customers is to guarantee that these standards, when they are deploying, they can enhance the application because they can use it with the whole operators that they are working with. So for not only for the customer journey, but also and mainly with the anti-fraud package, the financial and even the technology companies are too interested in it.
Yeah. I think the level of the reception that we've gotten by the Brazilian B2B customer has been quite amazing. Can you give us some examples of use cases and maybe bring some customers on the stage?
Yes. Since the launch, that it was last November 2023. We are noticing, in fact, a great opportunities with the market. There are, in fact, 2 customers here with me this afternoon that we are going to talk a little bit with them, and too many POCs also with financial, mainly with financial market and technology market, interested in this kind of application.
Okay, so let's invite to the stage Albert Lang from Itau and Federico Vega from Frete.com.
Welcome to the stage, guys.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you to be here with us. And I'd like just to start asking you, what are the characteristics and the challenges that you are facing with the advance of digital transformation in your business? We can start to you.
Let me just explain quickly what we do. So we are a marketplace, a tech platform that enables the large truckers that you see on the roads going from one city to another. We enable those guys to find freight on real time, so they don't have to go back home empty, or they don't run with empty capacity. So the trucker makes more money at the end of the month because they are utilizing the excess capacity. The owner of the freight saves money because the trucker is no longer running empty, or they are using the excess capacity of the truck. And we have an impact on the environment on CO2 emission. So we have 900,000 unique active trucks in the platform. That's about 80% of the entire Brazilian market, which is the 3rd largest trucking market in the world. And we process more than $450 billion per year in freight value inside the platform. So the amount of fraud, you can imagine that is massive. So today, the largest challenge for us is basically fraud, is avoiding the freight getting stolen.
What about you, Lang?
First of all, thank you very much by invitation here, Debora. It's a pleasure to be here sharing a little bit of our challenges, our vision, our innovation that we are very together with Telefónica. Itau, innovation for Itau is a central pilot for Itau in our culture. Since the pandemic it's been very clear for everyone that we need to be very adaptive in a digital world with a digital product. Going to the point, to the question, the main challenges to us with any innovation initiative with the digital transformation is how to connect the initiative with our process and our security, because we are a full banking. We have a very huge process, complex process, several layers of security. First of all, how to connect the initiative, the innovation, the transformation with our customer experience, because it's our DNA, delivery, amazing experience to our clients. Our challenge in our vision too is how to measure the effectivity of the initiative. What is the correct numbers? What is the correct perspective to measure it, to ensure that we are in the correct path, in the correct way with the transformation, with the innovation?
And how can OpenGate support and even simplify these challenges to you? How do you see it?
In our case, we load about 120,000 trucks, between 50 and 120,000 trucks per day, depending on the day. And we have to do a background check and the due diligence on the trucker every time we load the truck. So we have to do about 120,000 background checks on a trucker daily. And on the top of that, we have 180 petrol stations where these truckers are going to put gas on the truck. And there we also have to be careful that no one commits frauds. So you can imagine that the amount of background checks that we do daily are like massive. And for us, the KYC API it's very simple to implement, and it works really, really well. It's really fast. So that's where we started to work together. There are going to be several other APIs that we are going to use, but the KYC API today is the most important one for us.
Great. And for Itau?
Well, like I said before, Itau is constantly looking to the market, very close to our partners, looking for innovation initiatives, not just to bring, but to lead the market. We are very proud to be the first using the Open Gateway in Brazil, in financial marketing in Brazil. first to use 5G with Telefónica, with Vivo in Brazil, first to use Starlink in our brand. So innovation, it's in our DNA. The Open Gateway brings a new world, a new universe of possibilities, not just to improve our actual service, actual products, but to delivering amazing and totally different services to our customers. I believe the main thing about Open Gateway is the facility, because any initiative is very simple to connect with our current systems, our current products, with just one API, very easy to use, standard, and the initiative burn with security by design, with amazing experience to the product, to the customer.
Great. And last but not least, when you look to the benefits that you can find with the solution and the differentiation from OpenGate, how do you compare these with other market solutions to implement and solve this kind of challenge?
So I think it's unique. And one of the main conversation we're having is that if you look like 10 years ago, in most markets, fraud and fraud was committed offline, and the world was playing mostly offline, and it was manual processes. As all these markets are becoming digital, in the case of tracking, we digitalized the entire Brazilian markets, and now the war is much, much faster, and you have to fight it with data. So we are leading the anti-fraud for the trucking market in Brazil. So the solution is really unique. We are like Itau, we are implementing tools that are very innovative that no one else is using. And this is what enables us to be always one step ahead of people trying to commit fraud, or even the entire anti-fraud markets for trucking.
That's great.
Well, for sure, the difference of Open Gateway is the facility to use the APIs. All APIs with standards, and APIs multi-telcos. We will make one hitting one API, we will hitting all telcos. This is amazing. This is the difference of other products at the market. For sure, this is the main difference. Nowadays, we are delivering the SIM swap to our anti-fraud ecosystems. It's working. Building some uses to geolocation, and KOG to quality of services to our acquirer, to our line of business, acquirer payments, rede, and thinking not just in security, but thinking how Open Gateway can help us to deliver totally different products, remove some parts of our super app, our application, mobile application. So not just stopping in anti-fraud, that's the easier, the most benefits in short term, but we believe Open Gateway, it's open a totally new features.
That's great. Thank you very much. So proud to have you here talking about this new initiative for us at Vivo. Thank you,
David. Thank you very much.
So thank you. And thank you very much for coming all the way from Brazil. And rest assured that we will do whatever it takes to make sure that with Open Gateway, we're helping you solve your business critical challenges. And this whole industry is going to prepare the API so that they are useful for you, who are the customers at the end of the day. Okay, so now switching topics a little bit. When we have the APIs available, it is easy to think about the developer going to AWS, downloading the documentation, copying and pasting some code, and ready to launch the API. But there are some big corporations, many, that use systems integrators for doing all the software development. And usually, these projects are huge projects that not only rely on a single API, but have a lot more things around it. So the role of system integrators is really, really important. And to talk about that, we're inviting here Deloitte and Salesforce, Pablo and Antonio, to talk about the role of system integrators. Here we go.
Thank you, David. A pleasure being here after 1 year that we did the announcement. Now we are coming with real use cases of what we're doing over this last year. And as David said, the role of the integrator for B2B businesses is critical. There are so many applications, there are so many APIs that need a little bit more knowledge and customization than just going through a marketplace. Let me show with Antonio one example that we developed for you that will go through the details. So what you see here is basically something that was also shown before between Chema and Vala in the previous, this morning. But what you can see here is the ecosystem of different telcos. Imagine one big corporation that wants to integrate different services within so many APIs coming from these telcos. What we have developed is thanks to MuleSoft technology and integrated with Salesforce, is a platform that basically integrates those APIs seamless to the B2B. We have just started with 2 use cases, which, as you can imagine, one of them is anti-fraud that we've been speaking a lot, and the other one is facilitating the payments. You can see some APIs that we are using, and basically what we are facilitating, as I said, is the integration of these APIs, these use cases, very easily, very seamless to big corporations with certain application and also with something that is critical in the technology environment, which is the Salesforce ecosystem, which is used. Antonio, over to you. Please explain the use case, and or if you want to make any questions, David, as you want.
Well, I just wanted to ask you about the difference between developers accessing marketplaces and going directly to a very simple way, and big corporations requiring a little bit more hand-holding.
Very good question. Look, what we see is that we are at the starting of a journey which is still unwritten. You know, the different go-to-markets to really embrace this technology will keep on developing, will keep on evolving. Obviously, what we see is that the big developers communities need to access to these APIs in a seamless way. But on the other hand, big companies, big enterprises really need some differentiated and customized services. This is the difference, this path for everyone. And we see that both ways are gonna have, their space in this journey.
Precisely.
Antonio.
Okay, so one more click. So this is not just theory, this is reality. So together we built something that we're going to show tomorrow, 1:30 at the Deloitte booth, which is a real demo about this fictitious company called NTO. Remember the use cases, the industries, this is about traveling. And this is about all of you. On Thursday, you finish Mobile World Congress. You're feeling like you want to do something else in the Barcelona area, right? So there's this nice app built by NTO that offers you hiking routes, hiking trails, biking trails. And because you're biking, because you're hiking, you want it to be really easy. Okay? And easy means number verification, open gateway, guess what? To log in without remembering your password. Easy means that you're using open gateway, geolocation or geofencing to find out where you are and offer you services that are available in that area. You could think about quality on demand that was announced today. You could think about, in this case, we're offering digital services to buy some biking tour over the area, Parc Corserola, just outside Barcelona. And guess what? You can pay using, again, open gateway carrier billing. So we're getting together all of those APIs that allow you to authenticate really easy, seamlessly, without fraud, because we're also using SIM swap that we also mentioned today. It's also geofencing you, localizing you during your hike, during your route, and offering you digital service that you can purchase, again, with one click to your carrier billing provided by Telefónica. This is real. This is tomorrow at 1:30, and here you have the route, but this is something you could come and see again tomorrow. Okay?
Thank you, Antonio. And then do you see any other APIs or any other work that can be done in your platforms?
Yes, well, if anybody here thinks about Salesforce, they think about sales, number one sales, service, commerce, marketing. What is that? What does this have in relationship with the network, right? So the product that is behind this platform and this use case that we built together with Deloitte, it's MuleSoft. MuleSoft is a platform for connecting devices, data, and applications. And of course, that's the status today. So MuleSoft is building this middle layer on top of all of those telco operators, because David was showing that we have 247, was that the number of network operators? 247, but there are more than 1,000. So you need a middle layer, a layer on top, which is typically called the aggregator by GSMA, that allows you to route to the right operator, because what you want is to verify a number, and you don't know the number of your customer. It could be any SIM, right? All of you could connect to this application, go outside Barcelona, and you will belong to different telco operators. So that's one. And in the future, just to finish, of course, we do see Salesforce also embracing Open Gateway for commerce, for marketing, for B2B sales, and why not using those anti-fraud services like number verification, SIM swap, know your customer to easily onboard customers into your organizations. We see that in the future too.
Thank you very much, Pablo and Antonio, for giving a different perspective about Open Gateway. And looking forward to serving you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so to finish, let me tell you something very, very, very clear. APIs are here. They are already available with real customers that are solving real problems, that are helping us improve the APIs and talk with the rest of the industry so that we generate the capabilities that the customers need. And now is the time for developers to start using them, to start working with them. And at Telefónica, we have 2 programs to help developers and bigger partners to collaborate with us. You have here the QR codes. First, we have a partner program where companies that are serious about developing with APIs, companies of the size of Salesforce or even smaller companies, but that really want to get into this, taking advantage of these capabilities, you register as a partner. We have a whole program with all kinds of documentation, training, et cetera, and I'm sure we can help. Then for individual developers that want to experiment, to try something quickly, see if it works, see how it would work, see how it can facilitate the flow with their customers in their applications, they can visit the Developer Hub. And there we have a sandbox where you can actually run code and see it in real life working in real networks. So these are the 2 assets that we have for developers and partners. So, yeah, this is Open Gateway. This is the future. This is the present as well. And thank you very much. And hopefully next year we will be giving you a lot more of an update. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Empezamos. ¿Qué tal? Buenas.
Shall we start? Good afternoon and welcome to the Telefónica Demo Tour 2024. In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to be connecting with different Telefónica sets so that the gurus in charge of each different demo can tell you more about the different experiences that we've brought to the MWC. This is the centenary MWC, so you know, being alive 100 years means transforming oneself throughout this history of 100 years. So we would like to give you a little bit of a historical perspective. We've brought to the MWC a total of 25 experiences. There are 3 live ones in the demo areas, and many more will take place live in this agora. Others are included within the stand in order to improve the experience and become more sustainable and efficient. There are other demos in other stands like Orange, GMSAs, etc., because Open Gateway is a multi-operator experience. So out of a total of 25 experiences, let me remind you that we are also in forum number 8 in 4 years from now. Today we have unveiled the new Wira image with a partnership of 28 startups, and more than 1,150 people have been working hard for several months now, and this needs to be acknowledged. Now, if we had to speak about the messages of the enabling technologies behind all this disruption, one would say AI, big data, cloud, blockchain, and many others. But I'm not going to obsess on that. Let's speak about our newest strategy, GPS. And it has nothing to do with the GPS. It's growth, productivity, and sustainability. And this is precisely what we want to speak about. Our technology in the long run, and our strategy, rather, in the long run. Let's go with the demos. Let me give you a little bit of a background. Today it's been 1 year and 1 day since we launched this multi-operator initiative, and we have real things on the table. But now let's speak about historical context. Do you know who the person in the top right picture is? Why don't you take a facial recognition app? Well, he's a player from Estudiantes, the team sponsored by Telefónica. His name is Vicente Gil, and he scored the first ACB triple score. So history, data. What about this 24 seconds? Are we used to the 24 seconds in basketball? Well, this was adopted in 2021. Before it was 30 seconds or 50 seconds. And the global standard was adopted in 2001. So Open Gateway is the standardization of APIs at the global level. So there's a bridge between both concepts. And the bottom picture is the instant replay, adopted in 2006 and used today all the time, even too much, and it has improved ACB as an experience. Open Gateway, we'll see how Open Gateway is a technology leveraged experience that will contribute to an enhanced experience. We are going to connect live with 2 friends from the Open Gateway, Guda and Mary Cruz, who are in the stand performing demos, Open Gateway demos. Let's connect with them. Thank you very much, Guillermo. Open Gateway is a global initiative led by GSMA with the aim of transforming network capabilities into platforms through APIs. APIs will be standardized, universal, and intuitive so that developers with one single code line can connect to the API. In this case, we want to show you how, thanks to innovation and Open Gateway, we're capable of revolutionizing the user experience in sports events. In this case, in partnership with ACB, Movistar, Yerba Buena, we have developed a premium experience to watch basketball matches in Copa del Rey in the stadium and at home through the stadium through a mobile app to validate the location, to pay the premium content of 180 and 360 degrees cameras, and to enjoy non-interrupted connectivity. I will hand it over to Maricruz for her to tell you a little bit more about Hogar, home. Oh, it seems like the connection has been cut, probably because there's a customer joining us and the customer comes first. So it's not about ACB or a sports event only, but also about understanding to what extent technology can improve an experience both in the stadium or at home. Have it ever happened to you that you are in a football stadium with a colleague next to you and all of a sudden they score a goal and you've lost it, you've missed it? Now thanks to Open Gateway and the apps, instead of a goal it will be a basket. In any case, you can ensure the quality service and the image, and you can see the repetition of the score from the perspective of my vision, 360 degrees, etc., etc., in a very stressed place with more than 250,000 viewers, like in the final match a week ago between Barca and Madrid. Do you know what I'm talking about now? But in other stands, we are showing you applications developed with Open Gateway to combat fraud, as David Del Val told you a bit more before with the ITU bank. So this disruption is here to stay. We have opened the network to come up with the specific experiences in a specific moments with a linear experience. So let's move to the following demo, which is indeed a challenge. Last year we brought some industry products. We had only one robot. Today there are two, and perhaps next year we'll have 4 or even more. But let me tell you that this experience is an end-to-end real production process experience. Let's give you a little bit more background, and here we have a short list on the different industrial revolutions. We are experiencing the last industrial revolution, automation, the use of big data and AI. Nonetheless, let's connect with Nuria Alberca from Telefónica Spain team, and who is in the industry unit, and Jose Antonio from Telefónica Tech, who is very much focused on security in his task, in his job. Now, quality control, one of the robots collects raw materials and it introduces it into the quality control line to verify several parameters, and if the parameters are cleared, the part moves to the following step thanks to this injection industrial printer with the different logos of the centenary. Now, we also have behind our operation platforms that allow us to trace the process end-to-end and allow us to ensure predictive maintenance, digital twins, to ensure more sustainable and efficient processes. I will hand it over to my colleague Jose Antonio, who will tell you a little bit more about OT cybersecurity. Thank you very much, Nuria. Thanks, Guillermo. As we all know, cybersecurity is core in our Telefónica Tech business. We protect our customers and we always look for the best. And this is why we have an innovation Aristeo, and we have gone through the innovation cycle from the idea to the first customer that is going to be presented here. We're very proud, which is a cyber threat online platform, totally disruptive, innovative, with 2 patents, which will mark a difference for Telefónica Group. Thank you very much, Guillermo, and let's move on. I would like to share it with all those who are connected through Living Apps. Oh, by the way, I have to greet my mum, who's on the other side of the screen. We are the only telco who is distributing this content to millions of homes in Spain. Isn't this democratizing the MWC? Mom, you're going to get one of those, not the rest of you, but at the end of the session, if you're here in the room, you're going to be given one of these tokens. This has been developed in the demo that we've seen before, but in this case, since it has the drying process. It cannot be performed here, nonetheless the industrial printing is exactly the same one performed in than the one performed in the factory. Now when we share demos like the one we've shared before, is that we are end-to-end, and so depending on each customer we'll focus more on intralogistics, in the production process, in quality control, in the blockchain, in cyber security, but we add the parts to come up with a global solution in any case. Let's move to the following or the next physical demo here in the stand. Let's play. Now let's speak about haptic technology based on edge low latency technology on network. Aptica was developed a while ago. We'll tell you a little bit more about it. Denis was an Hungarian citizen who invented the concept Aptica back in the past. This is Braille code. Aptica, when well applied, can be a tool to ensure that more and more people can have access to experiences, even for blind and deaf people. And of course, Irene Cañizares will tell us more. Tell us a bit more. Thank you very much, Guillermo, and welcome to Telefónica Edge, a multisensorial immersive experience and multiplayer experience where we combine last generation graph with haptic or tactic experiences produced with this vest. All this has been renderized combining edge computing and fiber. This means that in the glasses nothing is executed, they just reproduce video, and for that we need very powerful servers in the cloud to ensure this graphic charge. We use a very near cloud, low latency also, because combining edge computing and fiber contributes with less necessary latency so that players can interact in real time. Let's see how it works. We've got two players competing one against the other, throwing balls at each other, and the one that strikes the most wins. It's a very dynamic and fun experience. Balls bounce against the walls, and this is why we have developed this real virtual experience, hyper-realistic. And for that, well, this allows us to develop less expensive and more efficient glasses, which gives us new opportunities in the field of education or in the field of training, law enforcement, where complex environments need to be reproduced. They can be used for new horizons with people with visual or auditive handicap. Let's play. Thank you very much, Irene. Yeah, another very interesting project. This is one of the vests with haptic technology, more than 41 sensors that we have to think about the health environment, and you know, all these new possibilities are possible thanks to edge, thanks to fiber. Thank you very much. Now, this last project is related to the holographic technology before the pandemic, before the lockdown. How many teams did we use to organize every week? Teams meetings, that is. Not as much as today. Sometimes at work we need to cancel the mute because one meeting overlaps the other. Because we are in the Teams world with a video calls, right? What is this? this is a technology that will evolve. This perspective, I will have now the possibility of having an holographic call. Now, more specifically, we will have a holographic call in this case using only mobile technology to capture it, to process in the edge, to redefine our face in 3 dimensions, and to reposition ourselves in different points. At the center, we have, for example, the Sagrada Familia, a graphic element in 3 dimensions, and we interact with it from different parts of the world with different holograms. So the system processes the information, the audio, also knowing that if someone speaks from the other side, this loudspeaker will sound. Another bit more from Global CTO will present the project. Let's connect with him. Thank you very much, Guillermo. So we are here to present the holographic mobile meetings that have been developed in partnership with Matsuko for more than 3 years. I would like to underline the concept mobile because Matsuko's technology is unique. It allows only with a selfie iPhone camera to have a real-time hologram, not an avatar, only by using an iPhone and having access to these glasses like the Meta Quest Pro and even the Apple Pro Vision. This year we will have holographic meetings. Up to date, we only had the possibility to produce holograms by using selfie cameras, and we used to do it for presentations. Now with holographic meetings, participants can join with their own holograms and see other participants like holograms. This is, of course, a computational challenge because in order to ensure this presence and this realistic presence, we need some technical functionalities which are challenging, such as visual contact or visual remotion. As you can see, for this experience, we need 5G and other elements such as edge, which will allow us to reduce latency, to improve the fluidity of the hologram, and to maximize the throughput. These technologies are requiring more and more throughput from the network. One hologram needs speeds such as 10 megabytes. We add holograms to the session, and as participants, the throughput, the demand is going to scale up linearly. 4 participants would require 40 megabytes per second, and so on and so forth. So up to 10 times more of what we have today with the applications we use today. And this is why it's very important to use edge, and in the future we'll be also working with slicing and with APIs like quality of service. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to you, David, and thanks to all of you. As he said, traffic demand is exponential. The growth is exponential in terms of traffic, so our networks need to be ready. This morning, media asked me what is the strategy from a technical perspective. It's clear that fiber is the main layer, and the 5G will be the last mile to produce low latency and high capabilities. In Spain, as our president said before, we have more than the addition of optic fiber in kilometers compared to the addition of Italy, Germany, and the UK. So having a robust fiber network has allowed us to contribute to this disruption. We have a long list of experiences. I'll be done in 11 minutes. So other things that we would like to share with you here in the Agora, and that you can enjoy today, tomorrow, and on Thursday, a demo with drones and robots. We have a tactical network that encrypts communications within military contexts, industrial environments, or health environments. There's another demo on artificial intelligence and logistics within a project that we're implementing with a customer. We also have a live surgery demo. Not to control the robot remotely. There are 250 Da Vincis in Spain. It's a very expensive robot that performs surgeries. There is no time to train the robot because it's only being used on the patient, which is the reason why it was purchased. So basically the trainings go through a platform, through a double camera to gain depth, and this allows us to go through training. For this you need infrastructure, you need fiber in hospitals, you need 5G, you need what we are speaking about, and we'll see how it works. We will also share a demo on multicam 5G in a football pitch, and another demo on what has been discussed on holographic meetings for the people in this agora. So, before I said that within this stand we have incorporated technology, and year after year we incorporate more and more technology, which is a reality, not a demo, in order to improve your experience. For example, Elena, CO2R, is in the room. Last year, I'm not going to get into too much detail because I'm running out of time, but this year we already used C2RO, didn't we, Elena? Yeah. So how many demos did we have last year in that part, in that area? 4 or 5, maybe 4 or 5. And then something interesting happened. Once we had the data, we realized that there were too many stress in some areas. One crossing area was quite stressed. So before taking any other decision, we consulted the data, and this year you will see that there is a much more open space, and decisions are taken on the basis of data. And this year, as the project went very well, it has been integrated again. So this happens in the Telefónica stand, and now there is a tool in the help desk when our customers join us, when organizations join us, that is being used to manage the pre-booking or pre-booked meetings. Is a wire company that has engaged it or made it possible. And another solution: have you taken part of the contest? Have you checked the NFC? You can be awarded 5 NFT3s. So again, this is YPass, enabling it, a partner of Telefónica, and then smart steps. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the smart steps. This has to do with CRO2. The smart steps has to do with mobility, the use of mobile at the macro level in the cells around FIDA and in general all around Barcelona. And we do a funnel of those penetrating the FIRA and those penetrating the Telefónica stand. And then we cross the information. This is the magics. Large figures versus tiny figures. More. Levin says there's live in other spaces. Wire. Go to hole number 8. Go to Wira's stand with 28 startups in different sessions where they will share their solutions in the startup world. Oh my god, how well it went to include the 4 years for now in the MWC before it was in another venue. This has really, really contributed to enhancing startups' partnership with Telefónica. Just for you to know that we have these startups projecting their own solutions, and there are presentations in Hall 8.1. But beyond that, we also work within other, let's say, stands. We are present in other stands. Here you have a list of wireless startups, and here are some demos in other stands. The 5G sandbox in the Nebula systems booth. Find it in the MWC app. Security in your home devices. This is Wire. This is Open Gateway. Open Gateway, using Open Gateway APIs to ensure that your home connected devices are not hacked. So we use fraud APIs. Safe validation from Open Gateway. In this case, we are in the orange stand. Multi-operator apps, identity, tourism services management. Deloitte has explained it this morning. Remote technicians. This has been used now by Telefónica. These solutions are used by Telefónica with QoD mobile IP. We use APIs to perform installations, Open Gateway installation. So don't limit yourself to the demo here. Anti-bank fraud. This one is very powerful in the GSMA stand, and we use anti-fraud APIs to get to know if someone is performing an operation with my banking solution, yet it might not be the person who should be doing it, right? Then we have the Fortinet booth, S1 APIs, and then Global City IO. We're almost getting there. We're almost getting to 25 experiences. As before this live, behind or beyond Telefónica's stand, we also have this kiosk, this SIMs and eSIMs kiosk with an onboarding that performs facial recognition functionalities to sell SIMs and eSIMs. All this is in a booth in the GSMA. Just for you to capture this, you can actually download the digital notebooks with more than 25 real use cases of different technologies within the progress, sustainability and open gateway networks. Actually, this one has been freed this morning, and yeah, more to come. You don't look like very agile in terms of downloading things, but hey, no problem. As I said before, my mom is connected here through Movistar Plus. This is a living app within Movistar Plus, which is our TV through IPTV. And then we also have a virtual stand in Spatial that you can access through our site. You can connect here, go to the virtual stand and see exactly the same demos, but from home or from wherever you are. This has been made possible a few years ago, and we consider it to be extremely useful. So, in a nutshell, more than 25 experiences, more than 1,150 professionals behind. And again, we're marking our 100th anniversary. What is our slogan? Living change. The only way to live for 100 years is to change. So, in the past, we had phone boxes. Today, we have edge to produce low latency. Before we spoke about communication, today we speak about technology. We are a tech company, we bring technology closer to people. Now, if you have any question, do not hesitate to scan the QR we have handed you. And if you have any question, it's the perfect moment because there's 1 minute and 30 seconds left. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. If there are no questions, it means that everything was sharp, clear. And then give me an applause and let me hand over these little stickers. Thanks, it's been a pleasure. We'll hand over the QR codes, and this is it from our side. Thank you.